Your wife.
Because she's at home mostly, just running the farm.
Not bad, not bad. We're gonna have the house taken down
There's a lot of
this
driving
week.
this weekend.
The rest of it, and
give you-
we're saving.
Though I thought
The
that I
benefit
wouldn't
is we're
be
gonna
here,
save.
but I wanted to be
So
prepared
the house
just
was
in
built.
case, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Good thing I did.
And there was a 24-inch beam that went from the back of the house. We're saving
It's July 11th, 2022, and I'm going to call the Apex Planning Board meeting to order. Please bow your heads for the invocation.
Dear Lord, thank you for permitting us to serve our town tonight. We ask you to constantly guide us as well as all the attendees tonight, that we are here to serve the interest of the citizens of the town of Apex, and help us to do that in a kind and compassionate manner. Amen.
Amen. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any items of information this evening?
We do not have any.
We do not. All right, thank you. All right, I got a little bit of reading to do here in regards to public comment. The purpose of public comment is to allow the public to speak on items that do not appear in this agenda under public hearings. Any member of the public wishing to comment on public hearing items will be called at the appropriate time later in the agenda. Please sign in to my right and your left. The public comment period is an opportunity for the public to express concerns or opinions, but is not intended to be a question and answer session. During public comment, the public may comment on any non-public hearing item included in new business items that appear in this agenda. Comments from the public on new business items will not be taken later in the agenda. If you wish to speak on new business items, public comment is the time to do so. All comments must be limited to 3 minutes. When the 3 minutes are up, you'll be asked by the chair to wrap up your comments. If there are a large number of speakers on one particular item, we ask that you represent one person to speak for the group and limit the comments to 9 minutes. If not, comments on a single topic should not be repetitive in nature. If comments were already made by another speaker, state your agreement with that speaker and do not repeat what was already stated. You can also view this on YouTube. First item of business is the consent for the minutes. Take it all of you have read those minutes. Any comments or corrections to be made? Do I have a possible motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Keith. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tina. A second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposing? All right, passes unanimously. Item number 1. Sarah, you're going to talk to us about a public hearing, a possible motion regarding rezoning case 22ZZ05 Morris Tract PUD.
Correct. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members. Thank you very much. I will be presenting rezoning case 22CZ05 Morris Tract PUD. Just to orient you with the subject properties we'll be looking at this evening, we are looking at some parcels here north of 64, north of Beaver Creek, and just east of 540 here along Morris Acres Road. Zoom you guys into the site a little bit. We are looking at 4 parcels for a total of 7 acres. So again, we've just zoomed you in here. We have Walden Creek, single-family residential subdivision over here to the east. We have 540 Towns and the flats at 540 down here to the south, opposite Morris Acres Road, 540 obviously running here to the west. And we have some larger single-family and or vacant properties up here to the north. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on January 26th, and that meeting report is in your packet. So these parcels here are currently zoned rural residential, so we're looking at it's 1 little sliver, 2, 3, and 4. So these here in the bold outline. The proposed zoning district is planned unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map recommends a medium density residential designation, and the proposed planned unit development conditional zoning is consistent with that land use map designation. The rezoning includes a mix of single family attached townhouse and single family detached residential uses with a maximum of 7 dwelling, with a max of almost 6.5 units per acre. And this map here is our context area map from Advanced Apex. So the green representing the more rural areas, this brownish color is our suburban context, orange being our town center, and the blue being our transit-oriented development context area. And I bring that to your attention because we do have a TOD designated area here in blue. Subject site is located over here. So just wanted to let you know that part of this site has been identified within the TOD context area with Advanced Apex. And the reason that I bring that up is TOD typically dictates a transit supportive densities, which is a minimum of 7 units per acre for circulator bus service and a minimum 15 units per acre for fixed route services. So this pod coming in at a max density of 6.5 units is overall gets us in this area to meeting that density requirement for TOD. We did send our letter of impact to Wake County Public School Systems. We've heard back from them, and there were no concerns regarding capacity. They anticipating having sufficient capacity for all 3 school levels. As we noted before, this is the existing site. It's there's some primarily wooded areas up here back by the pond, and it's single-family residential structures and related uses from the large lot single family development. So I'm going to bring you here to the layout as was mentioned previously. It is a mix of uses, so it is townhouse, single family, accessory apartment, and then recreation facility, park, and utility. Those are the proposed uses, but again, we're looking at primarily townhomes, which would front along Morris Acres, and then there is a single family detached pod, if you will, up here in the northeastern section of the overall pod adjacent to the larger lot development up here and these existing lots over here. As I mentioned, maximum density is almost 6.5 units per acre. Overall development shall not exceed 110 units, limited to a maximum of 10 single-family units here in the yellow detached area and a maximum of 100 townhome units in the orange. Maximum building height for both is 50 feet. There is a complete listing of setbacks for all product types in your staff report. They are typical with what we see in a PUD rezoning. As for buffers, the PUD is meeting or exceeding all required buffers in their proposal. All the buffers here are our standard and in compliance with the UDO. Here to the east, they have increased the opacity from a type A to a type B buffer next to the Walden Creek subdivision. Here. The PUD proposes a minimum of 20% RCA. Parking shall meet the standards already set forth in the UDO. There are a few zoning conditions, and that is that alleys for units facing Morris Acres Road will accommodate water and sewer utilities within the town's existing alley cross-section, subject to staff review and approval at the time of subdivision and construction plans. Public utility easements may be granted on private property to accommodate apparatus and maintenance. Homeowner association covenants shall not restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units, and no homes will be platted within 50 feet of the eastern property line. So that applies to this boundary here. This site will be extending public utilities, water, sewer. Included in your staff report is a full listing of all the architectural standards for both the single-family, detached, and the townhome units. They are typical of what we see. And so go through these here so y'all have illustrative examples of what they're proposing. We also have received an affordable housing condition for this project, and that is of the 100 permitted townhouse dwellings, at least 2 units shall be provided at 100% AMI. And the full language of the affordable housing text is included in your staff report, and this has been vetted with our housing program manager. As for transportation and access circulation, this plan is consistent with our transportation plan. Morris Acres is a 3-lane thoroughfare. That's an 80-foot right-of-way. They will be providing their half. There is also a 10-foot side path on Morris Acres that will be constructed as part of the frontage improvements. Full movement access here across from Reedy Brook Crossing. Right in, right out up here to the north portion of the site. And there will be a stub, 2 stubs here provided to the north for future connectivity, and then the internal connection here. Because this is a PUD, sidewalks will be required on both sides of all internal streets. Oops, sorry. The applicant met with the Environmental Advisory Board December 15th, 2021. The full report is attached. Out of the 12 suggested conditions, the applicant has provided 8 of those. And again, the full listing of all of those conditions are included. I'll hit some of the highlights. And that is that post-development peak runoff shall not exceed pre-development peak runoff for the 24-hour, 1-year, 10-year, and 100-year storm events. Treatment for the first 1 inch of runoff will be provided such that the removal of 85% total suspended solids is achieved. The project will install at least 1 pet waste station. And at least 1 signage about fertilizer usage. The project shall select and install abundant pollinator and bird food sources in their plantings. They will also be providing a minimum of 3 native hardwood species. And overall, at least 75% of the landscaping will be all native species. The applicant also met with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission March 30th, 2022, and fee in lieu was unanimously recommended, and that is also included in your staff report. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning 22CZ05 Morris Tract PUD with the conditions as offered by the applicant. The 2045 land use map designates the site as medium density residential. The proposed PUD is consistent with that land use classification. The proposed rezoning includes a mix of residential uses that will provide a transition in density from the surrounding residential uses. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it provides an adequate transition in height and density from the existing multifamily and home uses to the south and the existing single-family residential development to the east. The proposed rezoning allows for a maximum of almost 6.5 dwelling units per acre, which contributes to an overall density that supports future transit within the TOD context area as adopted with Advance Apex. I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I also, the applicant is here and has a presentation for you as well.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Sarah?
Sarah, I have a quick question for
Sure.
you, and I actually don't know if you'll be able to answer this, the applicant will. One of the neighbor concerns that came up was sanitary sewer, and at the time of the meeting, which was earlier this year, the applicant did not have a definitive answer on where the sewer line was going to go, and if it was going to go underneath the stream. So I'm sort of raising a flag about that, if there were any concerns from the staff and the EAB about that, and then if the applicant has an answer or has conveyed that answer since this meeting, I think that would be really helpful information to have.
Sure. From the applicant's part, I'll let them, of course, directly answer that when they're up here. But sewer is available at an outfall at the tributary of the Reedy Branch outfall that runs through a town of Apex-owned parcel. A capacity study shall be provided at construction drawing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from Sarah? Did the applicant want to say a few words?
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Brendy Vega. I'm a planner with Withers Ravenel, and I have been working with Pulte Homes and the rest of the Withers Ravenel team on this rezoning. I just want to go over, there was a previous rezoning case, some of you may remember, called Morris Acres PUD. And that came forward with multifamily and townhomes, a land use map amendment. I think it was multifamily and then townhomes. And there were a lot of concerns about stormwater and flooding of adjacent properties. You remember it then, you're, okay.
Very vividly.
Okay, well, it was denied by council due to density and flooding stormwater. So knowing this, we started our preliminary research on this site by, well, I'll go ahead and skip ahead. We started by contacting the town stormwater staff. So Jessica Bolin and Stan, who is no longer with the town, I guess he retired. I hope it wasn't us that sent him away, but so we met with them. We understood the stormwater concerns before we had the neighborhood meeting. So we went into the neighborhood meeting knowing that that was going to be a major point. We also took something similar to this layout where we focused the single family detached homes adjacent to the existing homes here. This parcel is a town-owned parcel, and so the townhomes do not directly abut any existing property owner. We also had this pond a little bit closer here, and there was a sliver, so there were some concerns about what was going to be that close to the property lines. So we did, and you'll see, commit to not platting any lots within 50 feet of that eastern boundary. There may be some grading due to the stormwater measures and a cul-de-sac. So that's why we didn't increase it to a buffer, because we will be grading in it. But we will not be platting any lots in that area. Knowing also that the concerns about stormwater, we did do, like I said, some site research before we got to the neighborhood meeting. However, when we got to the neighborhood meeting, we learned some more things. We learned about not just stormwater concerns, but that there is flooding and rapid rise of water, at least during one storm event that we know of, that was very frightening for a local family. And then, you know, again, we heard that they wanted the units kept away from the property lines. They've not had neighbors for as long as they've been there, and you know, going from multifamily to townhomes and now to the single family seemed to be better received. We also learned about some poison ivy, but that's probably something we all deal with. So we had the neighborhood meeting, we heard those concerns. So we, again, engaged the town staff, had some stormwater studies done. There had already been a downstream analysis done by the previous firm who worked on the previous rezoning. And so our downstream analysis went all the way to, and I think I've got an overall here. The downstream analysis looked all the way to 64. So we were seeing, you know, where is the problem?
64 is in your bottom right.
64 is here.
Yeah.
And this is the drainage area. And so we determined that the pinch point, well, not myself, the stormwater engineers, determined that the pinch point really is right here at Morris Acres. When, you know, we've talked to stormwater staff, and they have talked to DOT, the residents have talked to DOT, and the sentiment is that, yes, it tops over, but that's what it's designed to do. So in talking to the DOT staff again, it took us a while, and we finally discussed with NCDOT that we'd offer a condition to try to address that pinch point. We also made some site visits. We visited the Simmons family. They were the ones very impacted at the last storm event. They had a very scary incident where water was rising so rapidly, their fenced-in area looked like a pool. So they shared these videos with us. We went and visited their house, and we did get a better understanding of the culvert, and we went over here to, this pond has now been drained. So these residents, which had previously been impacted, said that they were now they were not having the problems anymore. There was a diversion installed here. So we went out there, we found the diversion, it's there. And so the stormwater conditions that we came up with are really what we want to highlight here, is that this project is committing to the 100-year storm event. And hearing from, you know, again, the neighbors, when we said we're doing a 100-year storm event, we're not going to make it any worse than it was. It's not going to get any worse than it is. The point that they brought up was that, you know, there may be development upstream, and not everybody's going to do a 100-year development. So we started engaging with NCDOT and met with or Randy met with their DOT, I forget the name of the water, hydraulics. And so they agreed to verbally allow us to discharge the stormwater from the on-site SCMs, which are the stormwater control measures, to be routed from the SCMs by a pipe underneath Morris Acres Road to the downstream side, and that would be subject to NCDOT and Town of Apex approvals. So that would mean that rather than discharging it into the north side of Morris Acres, it would discharge on the south side. And so it wouldn't make it any worse that way. And we're hopeful that it'll make it a little bit better for them as well. And then the final condition regarding stormwater was that the former pond on the east side of the property was previously breached and the outflow was diverted away from the properties. And these 3 PIN numbers we specifically named that because they were the most impacted previously. The proposed project will either pipe or maintain an open channel that continues to direct the natural flow to a point downstream of these properties. And again, that's to get it over Morris Acres Road, or under Morris Acres Road, and away from that current situation they have there. So we did go back out and spoke with the Simmons family and explained this. They seem satisfied. And so we are happy with the agreement we were able to come to. It doesn't solve all of the issues that the neighbors are having regarding flooding, but it does help, hopefully, somewhat, and it doesn't take this project and make it worse. So other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I will ask
Yes.
the sewer question.
Yes.
And I appreciate the explanation of the reminder. I do remember where we were and to where we are now. But I'm curious about where the sewer line, especially given the additional context of the flooding in the area. So wondering where that sewer line is going to go.
We have not gotten to design yet. However, there is a manhole right in this area, and Ed can probably speak to that manhole a little bit better. But that's where it's intended to go at this time. Or maybe it's not a manhole. I don't know. I'm
It
not
is a
an
manhole.
engineer.
For the record, Ed Tang with Withers Ravenel. To your question on the sewer, yes, there is a manhole there. The town owns a sewer line through the town-owned property there. The intention is to cross the stream and tie into one of the manholes. There's several there. We would tie into the one that is low enough, and we would be going under the creek. So last time we met with Mr. Simmons at his property, we expressed that that was the intent, is to go through there. I think you were referring to at the neighborhood meeting, I think he mentioned there was a concern about where it was, and at that time, we didn't know what the depth of that sewer was, and he didn't necessarily want to see it above ground or some other things. So we had looked into that since that original neighborhood meeting, and we expressed to him, right now the intention is to tie in right along through the town-owned property there, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question. In your conceptual sketch,
Yes.
you have the first, the north retention pond. Does the north one and the south one tie in together, and then it affected the existing, wouldn't the new one affect?
Well, the
The northern
previous one, which is now a wetland, That was a natural pond, so a farm pond. So it did not have stormwater control measures.
That's right. So the dark green area, that was the pond that was drained, that was an old farm pond. The one you're referring to, the blue one to the north, if we need one there, we would be tying that one into a pipe along with the one on the lower half of the site, so that the water will go from both ponds along the edge of our property and underneath Morris Acres Road. So that, to the extent that we can, all the stormwater that's being collected on the site won't discharge into the stream upstream of Morris Acres Road, which was the pinch point that I think causes a lot of the existing conditions with the flooding that they experience today, even before there's any development here. So in essence, we're taking our water and sending it downstream so that we're not adding to the problems that are on the upstream side, if that makes any sense. So.
I have a question.
Don't go too far.
When Walden Creek was developed along their frontage, they put in, it looks like a 5-foot sidewalk, which stops right at the town property. And then between y'all's development and the Walden Creek, it looks like the town's frontage is about 60 feet where there is no sidewalk. Would the intention be that that 10-foot multi-use path would stop at the property line, leaving a gap? Or would you guys extend the 5-foot sidewalk to tie to the existing Walden Creek?
That question was raised to us earlier today, and I believe the intent is to offer a condition to tie before we get to the council meeting.
That'd be huge. I drive this every morning, and that is a heavily used pedestrian loop, so that'd be huge.
Contiguous path would be great.
I'm going to piggyback on Ryan's question. At the entry of Walden Creek, there is a smoother entry, or I guess exit out of the community. Would there be something like that designed for the new community?
Are you talking
For
about?
vehicles? Like when you make there's like a left lane turn into the community, and then there's a right lane out.
So like an acceleration lane and a
transition, yeah.
deceleration lane. I don't know that that was part of this because it's a 3-lane section.
Talking about Morris Acres Road or within the project?
Well, it would be, it's,
You're talking about the median.
It's within the project, I'm pretty sure, for Walden Creek.
does this middle lane continue all the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Like an entryway, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. So it won't be so abrupt into stopping and turning into a median for
Yes.
another.
Oh, yes, I believe the medians are required by the town of Apex.
Any other questions for the applicant? No?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we will open up the public comment section. Do we have anybody? No. All right, then we will close the public comment section and bring it back to the board for discussion and a possible motion.
I was here. I wasn't on the board, but I was in the audience because I had a case that night that this came forward, and I think my case got delayed because the room was so packed with red shirts. I don't see one red shirt here right now. So obviously the applicant heard their advice. I think that they're doing a lot of good things compared to the neighbors' concerns by virtue of nobody here and all the proffers. I'm pretty supportive of this one. It's gonna be just enough units to support the future transit, which I am a big advocate for. Affordable housing is a component there, so addressing that flooding concern. I actually know Ryan and his wife, they go to the gym every morning, and that was a huge concern of theirs. Actually, their house gets flooded, so the fact that the applicant is gonna bypass the stormwater completely, that's huge and not cheap, so it's a good solution.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Deep appreciation for the applicant listening to the neighbors, hearing the concerns and addressing them just outright. But before coming here, again, I was there for the red shirts, so I appreciate that the neighbors came out and spoke that night, and appreciate the continued conversation, and am also incredibly pleased that we have space in our public schools. So deep appreciation on both of those.
So are either of you making a motion?
I will be happy to make a motion.
So Tina, you're making a
Cut
motion?
off, make a motion to approve. This is 22CZ05, the Morris Acres.
Do I-
Y'all opened the public hearing, even if you did.
Yes, I closed it,
Sorry.
yep. Do I have a second?
You might want to reword Morse tract.
Morris tract. Sorry, it's cut off here.
I'll second.
Keith's gonna second, thank you. So I have a first from Tina and a Keith will second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing? All right, that passes unanimously. Item number 2, Lauren, public hearing and possible motion regarding rezoning case 22CZ06, the Yellow Bridge PUD.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is rezoning case 22CZ06 Yellow Bridge PUD, located at 2813 and 2817 US 64 Highway West. The properties are located in this general area, west of 540 and south of 64 in our ETJ, and adjacent to Chanticleer Drive. The properties are north of Stratford at Abington, west of Abington, east of Sweetwater, and south of Towns at Westford. The properties are currently zoned rural residential. The adjacent zonings are to the north, Plan Unit Development, Conditional Zoning, and Wake County Highway District. To the east, rural residential and a small portion of medium density. To the south, Plan Unit Development, Conditional Use, and to the west, rural residential. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium density residential. The proposed rezoning to Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning is consistent with that land use map designation. The proposed rezoning includes a mix of residential uses and commercial uses. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to medium density residential and commercial services per NCGS 160D 605A. The site consists of 2 parcels totaling approximately 48.24 acres. The property located at 2817 US 64 Highway, so the bigger property, is vacant with existing vegetation and a stream that bisects the property from the west to the east. The property located at 2813 US 64 Highway West contains residential structures. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings on February 23rd and June 8th, 2022. The neighborhood meeting reports are in your packet. A full list of the proposed uses is on page 2 of the staff report. The proposed residential uses include single-family, townhouse, and accessory apartment. A few proposed non-residential uses include restaurant general, medical or dental office or clinic, office business or professional, convenience store, gas sales, and daycare. The residential component is proposing a maximum of 160 units with a maximum density of 3.6 units per acre. The proposed townhouse minimum lot width is 18 feet, and the proposed single-family minimum lot width is 50 feet, while the single-family homes along this general area shall have a minimum lot width of 60 feet.
Can you show that area again?
Yes, ma'am. From this property to
Thank you.
this property.
The green, okay. So
Yes.
those lots will be a little larger, which match closer to the adjacent neighborhood, you're saying?
That's the applicant's
Okay.
thought for that. The non-residential component is proposing a maximum of 25,000 square feet. Initially, this PUD was submitted proposing townhomes along this area. Given this area is adjacent to US 64 and the existing commercial of the local bar, staff recommended the applicant change the proposed residential to commercial. Staff also thought that the stream that bisects the property would be a nice divider and transition between the commercial and the residential portion. A full list of the proposed residential and non-residential setbacks are on page 3 of the staff report. A full list of those zoning conditions can be found on page 5 of the staff report. A few I'd like to point out. The first one, homeowners association covenants shall not restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units. Number 2, all heavy-duty construction traffic shall enter and exit the site via US 64 Highway West. Heavy-duty construction traffic shall not use Chanticleer Drive, Rothwood Way, or Lindenbury Drive.
So that stops traffic from, into all the residential areas.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Russell Dalton can also provide additional information. No construction traffic signage shall be posted along Chanticleer Drive and Rothwood Way. And that was still one of the zoning conditions. And then number 12, the affordable housing condition that, I will summarize it, is a minimum of 2 townhouse or single family with no more than 100% AMI within a minimum affordability period of 15 years. The applicant is proposing a 30-foot type A buffer along the property line, along this property line, adjacent to the local bar. So the UDO requires a 20-foot type A buffer for this location. So the width is increasing, the opacity is still staying the same. The applicant is proposing a 50-foot type A buffer along the eastern portion adjacent to US 64 and a 100-foot type E along the western portion of US 64. The UDO requires a 100-foot type A buffer, or this portion can be reduced to 50-foot type A if criteria are met. So there's certain things as pedestrian connection, limiting amount of EFS, things of that nature. So the applicant is proposing a reduction of 50-foot type A right now. A 20-foot type B buffer along the western property. Depending on the land use class, this is either a required 20-foot or a 10-foot type B. A 10-foot type D along the north and south of Chanticleer Drive. The required buffer is either a 10-foot type A or type D, per the UDO. A 10-foot type B along the eastern property is being proposed, and depending on the land use class, it's either a 10-foot type B or a 20-foot type A with what the UDO requires. A 10-foot type A along both sides of the gas easement is being proposed by the applicant, totaling 20 feet. The required buffer per the UDO is 20 type B buffer.
So keep me honest, we're either meeting or exceeding what the town requires right now?
At this portion, yes.
Okay.
A 50-foot type A along this portion is being, it starts from about right here, if you can see my mouse, going to the west, is being proposed for a 50-foot type A, and this will remain undisturbed and supplemented to a type A standard. From this portion right here to the east, so from here to about right to here, is a 50-foot type A buffer that will be cleared, graded, and include a minimum 3-foot berm and replanted to a type A standard.
Where was that one at? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
I can't see your mouse.
Sorry, I'm gonna do a little bit wider mouse. So from here,
Are we on the western side of the property now?
yes, you're gonna go from the east to where my mouse is in the middle, right,
Okay.
about right here. And both locations would require a 20-foot type B buffer per the UDO.
Okay.
The RCA shall meet the requirements of the UDO, and the town of Apex will provide town services to this project. A full list of the architectural conditions can be found on page 6 of the staff report. The residential and non-residential conditions are what we generally see for single-family, townhouses, and non-residential. The maximum building height proposed for residential is 45 feet, 3 stories. So here's a single family, and here's the townhouses. The maximum building height proposed for non-residential is 50 feet. So here are some non-residential elevations. A traffic impact analysis has been performed as part of this PUD. I'll summarize a few of the road improvements. However, the full TIA requirements can be found on page 9 of the staff report, as well as Mr. Dalton is here if you have any questions or need further clarification. All proposed driveway access and improvements on state-maintained roadways are subject to both Apex and NCDOT review and approval. A maximum of one access point shall be proposed on US 64 to be constructed as a left-in, right-out public street access at the existing median break with a stop-controlled northbound approach with one lane of ingress and one lane of egress and an exclusive eastbound right turn lane. Construction and exclusive eastbound U-turn median break on US Highway 64, approximately halfway between the site access at the existing median break and Kelly Ridge driveway, including a U-turn lane. If the eastbound U-turn lane is removed from the existing median break location to the west, it will extend the storage to 150 feet at this location. It's consistent with the transportation plan, thoroughfare, and collector street map. Chanticleer Drive shall be extended westward as a major collector street with a minimum 60-foot right-of-way consistent with the town standards. No residential driveways shall be permitted on existing or future major collector streets. Rothwood Way shall be extended north and stub to the southernmost property line of this pin, and homes located on Rothwood Way shall take driveway access from Rothwood Way. The extension of Chanticleer Drive shall be constructed concurrently with the project, but shall remain closed to traffic between Yellowbridge and Abington subdivisions until such time that the 50th CO is approved for Yellowbridge. The form of closure shall be noted on the subdivision plan and subject to town staff approval. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School Systems was received for this rezoning and is included in the staff report packet. Wake County Public School Systems indicates that elementary and high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning and development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. Transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area shall be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the elementary and high school grade level. The Environmental Advisory Board held a meeting with the applicant on February 17th, 2022. The zoning conditions suggested by the EAB are listed on page 9 of the staff report, along with the applicant's responses to each condition. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Advisory Commission reviewed the Yellowbridge PUD project at their April 27th, 2022 meeting. The commission made a recommendation for a fee in lieu of dedication for a maximum of 50 single-family detached units and 110 single-family attached units. The recommendation is based on the current 2022 fee rate of single-family detached units for $3,753.89 and single-family attached units for $2,528.25. The total residential fee in lieu per current unit count is $465,802. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium-density residential. The residential portion of the proposed rezoning is plan unit development conditional zoning and is consistent with the land use map designation. The proposed rezoning also includes commercial uses in that area adjacent to US 64. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to medium-density residential and commercial services. Approval of the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide a transition between higher and lower residential densities while providing commercial development along US 64. The proposed rezoning will also provide additional environmental conditions and a minimum of 2 affordable housing units. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning case 22CZ06 Yellow Bridge PUD as proposed by the applicant. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lauren. Any questions for Lauren?
And the applicant's in the audience as well.
I have a question as it relates specifically to, and again, I'm going to say I'm not sure if this is where the applicant will come in, the extension of Rothwood Way, and why we're not continuing to extend that all the way up to 64. And so, Russell, I'm looking to you to wonder if that would even be a possibility if that were a part of this plan. I'm very curious that we're going to create additional stub streets in a neighborhood that we are, if we're trying to do connectivity, that we're going to create more complications and not allowing some additional access outside of the neighborhood. So again, knowing that at the moment the applicant's going to have to speak to sort of the cutoff and why that is, but I'm curious as to whether Rothwood Way could go all the way to 64 and what that could look like, if that is a possibility.
With that property not part of this PUD, it would not be able to extend all the way because they're already proposing a road that does extend all the way and takes advantage of an existing median break. What I would suggest is if that extension of Rothwood Way would end up otherwise in some kind of a cul-de-sac, if that cul-de-sac is going to be too long to meet our standards, or even if it's still short enough where it would meet our standards, they would consider a stub to the east off their north-south road to connect east-west, but I would maybe ask them to speak to that issue.
Okay, so can I, thank you for that. Can I just double check, so that additional street that's being off Chanticleer, is that right? That's coming, that's the one you're talking about, referring that's going all the way north?
Correct. Yep.
Bluntly, it seems counterintuitive that we would want Rothwood Way. Why would we create an additional street? And if we have a street that's going all the way up and we're creating an additional street, I think, again, for connectivity, that would be the route to go, is to extend Rothwood Way, not to create a whole additional new street. So I just want to make sure I understood that pushing Rothwood Way all the way through to 64 is actually a potential if that property were there. But now if we're adding additional homes right there, that's a little bit more of a challenge. So I just want to make sure that I understood that, so when the applicant comes up, they can address that a little further.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
correct.
Russell.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Lauren? The applicant want to speak?
Good evening, Chair Skinner and members of the Planning Board. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the developer and builder, Lennar Homes. Also with me this evening are Stephen Dorn with Lennar and Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering, our civil engineer. And also with us is Reinald Stevenson with Ramey Kemp, our traffic engineer. And thanks to Lauren for her thorough presentation. She went through some of this, and so I won't duplicate it, but you can get an idea here of some of the existing land use context. There's some planned and future commercial to the north across 64 with the Westford PUD, and also the Sweetwater project. And obviously the Abington neighborhood is to the south. I think Lauren did a good job at explaining the different sections of Abington. The Windsor at Abington is the older section built in the 90s. And then I think the Stratford section was around 2006 to 2008. And so the total here, it's an assemblage of two parcels that total about 48 acres. And so as you can see there, it's almost an infill site with a lot of development happening around it. And as Lauren also mentioned, the existing zoning here is rural residential, and you can see that in green. And what's really stands out here in my mind is that it's one spot of rural residential among several PUDs and residential subdivisions that have developed over the years. And so the rural residential designation really only allows large lot, single-family detached homes with minimum lot sizes of an acre. And so, you know, when you compare that to the subdivisions surrounding it, like Abington, for example, which has lots around a third of an acre, it's really no longer fitting for this property that has frontage on US 64. And so our proposal is to rezone the site to planned unit development, conditional use, to facilitate the development of a mix of townhomes and single-family detached homes. It's 160 total units at an overall density around 3.6 units an acre, with some limited commercial uses fronting US 64. And so those with the PUD text are limited to a max of 25,000 square feet. And our vision for that area is really kind of neighborhood scale commercial uses, that fit with the neighborhood, like a coffee shop, a small restaurant, or something of that sort. And so, as Lauren mentioned, the density here, the land use map designation is medium density residential. And that designation contemplates townhomes and single-family homes at an overall density of 6 units an acre. And so our proposal at 3.6 is just over half of what's recommended by the land use plan. And then, although the plan doesn't currently call out commercial uses there, we have worked with staff and talked to some council members, and the consensus is that area next to the local bar and fronting on US 64 is better utilized as commercial. And so throughout this project, we've had extensive engagement with the Abington neighborhood. This is just a list of all the different meetings we've had. We had 3 meetings with them before filing the case, and that was starting in January 11th. We reached out to 2 of the adjacent Abington neighbors, one, Bob Zumwalt, that we knew through work, and then another, Brett Fleshman, who's a member of the HOA board. And the goal there was really to get an idea of what the neighborhood might think of the proposal, and things that we should be thinking about as we developed our rezoning application. And so we followed that up with another meeting on February 10th, and that was a Zoom meeting with just the adjacent neighbors. And so, the goal there was to speak to the people who were right up against the site. And then February 23rd, we had our official pre-filing neighborhood meeting that's required by the UDO, and then we filed the case on March 1st. And so after we had a month or so's worth of feedback from staff, we had another in-person meeting with Abington HOA board members, at which the board relayed concerns from the entire neighborhood about concerns and what we could do about those. And then we followed that up on June 1st with another in-person meeting, and that time it was a broader group of Abington folks, some members of the board and then some other residents, that other than just the adjacent neighbors. And then on June 8th, we had another formal neighborhood meeting, and that was held to explain the change to commercial, because that happened after the case was filed. And then throughout that time, we've had ongoing conversations with individuals, residents, and members of the board. And so what those meetings led to, this is kind of small, but I'll be able to see it. What those meetings led to was, changes to our plans, and some of which we included, early on in the process. So on the left column, you have neighbor concerns, and then on the right, you had the changes that we made to the rezoning request. And so one thing we heard at the very beginning was, that buffers were going to be important. And so we added a 50-foot type A buffer adjacent to the Abington homes to the south. And the requirement there is a 20-foot type B buffer. And so I'll show you the specifics of that. It's easier to understand on the concept plan. And then there was also a concern about tree cover within that buffer. And so we added some language to explain, where there are existing trees, we'll maintain those in the buffer instead of tearing them down and replanting new trees. And where there aren't existing trees, we'll plant to a type A standard. And then there were some concerns about lot widths adjacent to Abington. And although I don't think we've gotten to the width that the neighborhood would desire, we did increase it to 60 feet. And so those lots right there adjacent to Abington at the south will be 60-foot wide, minimum of 60-foot wide, single-family detached homes. And then there were concerns about the homes facing Chanticleer Drive across from the Stratford at Abington entrance sign and the neighbor Chanticleer. And so that was kind of a twofold change. And then there were concerns about construction traffic, and we initially added the condition that heavy construction traffic should not travel through Abington, and we'll put up signage to that end. And then we came back and added the condition that the extension of Chanticleer Drive, the opening of that road, will be delayed until the 50th CO for Yellow Bridge. And so the idea there is to, during that most intense construction period, there won't be traffic, the road won't even be open, and so people can't just disregard the sign and could go right through the neighborhood. And then there were stormwater concerns, and we've agreed to meet the 25-year storm event requirement. I think the UDO requires 10. And then also the buffer adjacent to the gas easement that we increased from 10 feet to 20 feet. And so this is just an excerpt from the Thoroughfare and Collector Street Plan. And you can see in the green the extension of Chanticleer Drive across the site. And we'll be building that portion to the town's major collector street standard across our site. And so the existing stub is right where you can see the pink and green lines intersecting. And so, we think that will eventually help with traffic flow in the area. And then this is our concept plan. The goal, as you can see, the single-family detached homes are shown in yellow. And then the single-family detached and townhomes, it could be a mix there, and the area is shown in orange. And then on US 64, you can see the commercial plan, the commercial portion that's crosshatched there. And so the goal here was to create a density transition from the Abington homes to the south to the more intense commercial uses on US 64, where you've got the local bar, and then the Westford PUD, and then Sweetwater to the west. And so, another point to make about driveway access, the access we're showing here, right here, is actually an existing driveway that currently serves a home on the property. And so we're going to keep using that location, and there's actually a cut in the median there that we're going to use, and that will allow there to be a left in. And so that access will be a right in, a right out, and then a left in. And so, we hope that will provide another access point for, Abington residents to get to 64, but then also people coming home into Yellow Bridge won't have to go through Abington. They can just turn left onto that access road. And so then, this is zoomed in so you can see a little better, what the buffers look like. The 50-foot buffer there is adjacent to existing Abington homes. And it's kind of, the difference in the buffer is demarcated by the green arrow there. So to the left of the green arrow, there's a lot of existing tree cover there. And so the goal is to keep those trees where we can, and then supplement the planting standard for that section. And then to the right, where there aren't as many trees, we'll plant that section to a type A standard, and then it'll include a 3-foot berm, and the whole property line will include a fence. I was going through the PUD text preparing for this meeting, and I saw the fence wasn't mentioned, and so I think we can correct that. We've anticipated one to be there, but I think we just need to make it explicit.
Question on the fence: who would maintain that fence afterwards? Is that going to be the HOA for that project?
Right, it'd be the Yellow Bridge HOA. So the buffer would actually be a protected buffer, and so it won't be part of the lots. It'll be maintained by the HOA. And the fence would be too. And then the buffer along the eastern property line, where the gas easement is, you can see it kind of right here. That's a 20-foot type A buffer.
Gas easement again? Actually.
Yeah, it's kind of small. It's right there though.
A little bit.
I'm sorry, zoom out. Yeah. Is that better?
Yep. Okay, thank you.
And so the red stars on our plan are conceptual play lawn locations. And this slide just shows you, well, first of all, they're conceptual, so they're not, locked in as part of the rezoning case. But also the rationale behind where they are on the plan now is the goal was to, avoid, cutting as many trees as we could and to pick out areas that fit best, grading wise, for those play lawns. And so you can see on the graphic on the right, the aerial, the two areas we've notated on the concept plan is play lawns are open areas right now, and a lot of the other portions of the site are wooded, or to the north here, that's really going to all be a riparian buffer because of the stream. And so the goal was to find the best place for those play lawns, and that's where we think they'll be now, but they could change at subdivision plan if they need to be moved. And then this case does include a commitment to affordable housing. It's 2 units at 100% AMI, and to get there, we worked directly with CJ on the language, and he was really helpful and provided a lot of information, some of which I borrowed on the slide here. So they're for sale units, and so before selling the homes, we'll have to agree on a for sale affordable price, and the rule is that for sale, affordable housing has to be 30% or less of the owner's monthly income. And so the actual for sale rates can fluctuate based on interest rates, right? Because that can change the monthly payment. And so those are some of if they're 3 or 4 bedroom townhomes, those are some of the potential for sale affordable prices. And the purpose of showing that is just to show that it's only 2 units, but it could wind up being a big financial commitment if it's, if they're townhomes that are market rate selling for $650,000, then they could go as low as $366,000. And they're really going to be aimed at, professions like police officers, I think environmental specialists, firefighters, and so people who hover around that 100% AMI number in Apex. And we also have several environmental commitments. We've committed to solar conduit, signs demarcating the stormwater management devices, pet waste stations, planting drought-resistant grasses, the 25-year storm standard I mentioned, 4 native hardwood species, no clearing or disturbance in the riparian buffer, and then full cutoff lighting, and then another native species commitment there. So just to summarize the case, again, it's 160 single-family detached homes and townhomes that will add to the housing supply in Apex. And there are 2 for sale affordable units, density of 3.6 units an acre, which is consistent with the land use map, limited commercial uses, the extension of Chanticleer Drive, and then I've outlined some of the mitigation efforts that I already went through, the 50-foot planted buffer, the turning of the homes on Rothwood Way, heavy construction traffic, the condition on that, and then also the limitation on the opening of Chanticleer Drive. So with that, thank you for your time, and we've got the team available for questions.
All right, thank you. We have any questions for?
Yeah, I'm going to start with that Rothwood Way question.
Yeah.
So do you need me to repeat how this particular parcel sort of was chosen to be, how this was the section that was chosen to be purchased,
Right.
and sort of why there's this sort of yellow part that is going to be the single family residential, and why you didn't go over further, why Lennar did not choose to go over further, therefore allowing Rothwood Way to come all the way to 64.
Right.
I'm going to share one of the reasons for my concerns. Is that when I look at, if you could actually go back to maybe one of the aerial views. Okay. So when I look at the aerial view, one of our huge concerns here in the town is connectivity. And when I look at the aerial view, what I see is this sort of jetting out that's happened. what has happened over the, maybe the past decade or so before we, passed our most recent transportation plan, was that we had a lot of scenarios where lots of cul-de-sacs were created.
Right.
I actually happen to live in a neighborhood in which there were 3 cul-de-sacs created. And so when we talk about connectivity, there's not any connectivity in my neighborhood, right? I'm not connecting to anything but my neighbors. And so seeing that we've adopted a 2045 transportation plan in which we would like to see more connectivity, when I see a square with the jettison off, it doesn't make much sense. So I'm hoping that you can give me some context as to why Lennar made this choice and did not take into consideration the 2045, did not appear to take into consideration the 2045 Apex's desire for connectivity.
Right, so we actually are, where did the slide go? There it is. We are doing exactly what the plan envisions, which is extending Chanticleer Drive. And so that's just to general compliance with the plan. But as far as the sliver of property and the extension of Rothwood, I think, ideally, if we could buy that property, I think we would, but it's under different ownership than this property. The owner here is actually a gentleman who also sold the property for the Abington neighborhood. And so the owner of the property where Rothwood will be stubbed to is a gentleman named Joe Matthews. And, he's mentioned previously that he has a plan for, some homes there. We reached out to him a couple times. I know he talked to staff, but we haven't seen any plans. And so I think it's extremely preliminary, and it may even be a situation where he wants to build a house for his family there. And so the idea with the stub was that it would allow, access for his property to get back out in 264 and to the road network. And so the connection to 64 that we're utilizing is actually already there as a driveway. And so by using that, we're limiting access points on 64 and also providing a new outlet for the Abington neighborhood, the Stratford at Abington portion to get to 64, whereas now they have to come from pretty far east of the plan here to go through and get to their homes. So we do think it'll improve connectivity in both of those ways.
Okay. And my understanding again, Mr. Matthew, there's a property owner who's the property is not for sale.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yep, and it's the same situation on with the property directly to the west, and so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can you confirm that that driveway is going to be used as construction entry and exit, and also future entry and exit for the community?
So it will be used for construction traffic, which is what the condition says in the PUD. And so construction traffic will be limited to 64. But eventually, to Ms. Sherman's point about connectivity, Chanticleer Drive will be opened up as a public road. And so, permanently, the new road that will go to US 64 and Chanticleer will both be public roads, and they'll be open to traffic.
So are you saying that there won't be a future entrance to this community from 64?
No, there will be, and that'll be a public road.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's that?
Let's see. Yeah, it's the gray line here. It kind of bleeds into the riparian buffer, but it'll go all the way to 64.
That's like sort of parallel to the gas lines, right?
Exactly, yep.
And if you don't mind, Russell, real quick, if so, let's say future plan, Rothwood Way does get extended or can be extended. The current proposed street that's going to be going up to 64, can they be that close together?
It will not be.
Yes, it is a major collector, so the offset between the intersections is acceptable for what they proposed.
So if Rothwood, again, were to get extended all the way up to 64, they can both connect up at?
No, it cannot be extended as a public road all the way up to 64. So the existing property has access to 64 by right. So if it stays a single-family house, if they just want to build one house on there, that's fine. If they come back to build a public road to subdivide, it would not be allowed to have separate public access to 64. It would have to tie, like they were saying, it would have to either go back south and go back to Chanticleer, or there would have to be an east-west connection also between the north-south road that they're proposing and that property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Russell, don't leave, I got a question for you. I know it's a little far off, but 64 will be a super street. How does that impact the right in, right out, the left turn with the median break we have now?
So what they're proposing is in accordance with short-term plans for US 64. Much longer-term, access along 64 would go away, and there would be a combination of service roads and interchanges. So at some point in the long-distant future, we would envision this access point would probably be disconnected from 64, and all the traffic would be served back to Chanticleer, which is going to be eventually extended to the west with other development and back through local roadways. But we don't have a funded plan from DOT. In fact, the plans that we thought were funded to the east have slipped even further back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, then I will open the public comment section. Do we have any public comments? And please make sure that you've signed in.
I've signed in.
All right,
I'm speaking for multiple people.
all right.
We've got a couple of old-fashioned diagrams for you. I apologize.
Your name, sir?
My name is Brian Carlson. I'm the president of the Applicant HOA. So I'm speaking here before the group. I do apologize. It's my first time before this group. I didn't realize we could do PowerPoints and all that stuff. So I'll do my best with what we've got. We do have a couple printouts.
I'm sorry, it's a little hard to hear, and we want the public that's viewing via,
Do you have a lapel mic?
no,
That's,
if
you're
you
good
could
right
talk
there.
into that.
You're good
Okay.
there.
Same thing?
If you can flip through to the last two pages, there's two maps. This first one is the initial site plan that was shown to us. This next one is the most recent site plan, and I'll refer to these here during the conversation. So, like I said, my name is Brian Carlson. I'm the president of the Abington HOA. For those that don't, I'm joined here by several folks from Abington in the audience. For those that don't know, Abington is an established neighborhood that was started in the 90s, about 450 homes, just south of 64 and west of 540. So in February, as was pointed out, we did start to learn about this development, started to hear from Lennar, started to talk to the folks that are with Lennar. They did point out a couple of things that they did concede early on, 50-foot buffer, 60-foot lot widths, and then also a green space that they pointed out and it starred. The first two are, there's a major precedent from Sweetwater, which is a development to the west of Abington that they didn't point out. The third one, the play lawn that would go right, and orient myself right here on the map. That has been a major bargaining chip that they've given. They've said, hey, we're going to do this play lawn, it's going to be great, all that, but it's nowhere in the PUD. And if it's, as we all know, if it's not in writing, then it can easily go away. So in order to build consensus among the neighborhood on what we would like to see Lennar make, the changes we'd like to see them make, we've had several neighborhood meetings. We've done a poll, a questionnaire that we sent out electronically that folks responded to. And then we've obviously had lots of one-on-one and small group conversations, and ultimately came up with a list of asks that we really trimmed down to two major asks. And the first one was to widen the lots, the width of the lots from 60 feet, and I'll detail that a little more on why we think that's justified later. And also remove the single-family detached homes, the four that they talked about at the end of Rothwood, where there were some concerns over Rothwood extending over to 64. So there are 4 homes there that we wanted them to remove, and I'll talk about that a little bit as well. So since then, since February, since that initial plan, oh, and there's one more. If you notice in the first site plan that they provided, these are single-family houses in blue. On the most recent, they've changed those over to the townhomes. So it's a pretty big change. Directly across here, right over here is, right over here are houses that have been there for 20 years, existing houses right across the way there. There is a gas line in the middle there. but still they would be very visible, and there's absolutely zero transition from existing homes over to those townhomes. They also would be very close to large custom-built homes, so that they're not meeting the character there. They're not providing any sort of transition, any reasonable transition. So since February, since talking with them, I saw a list of dates, and if I knew that was going to be, I'd have brought my own timeline. But yes, a lot of those dates look accurate. I've had multiple conversations, as have other people in the neighborhood, but they didn't do anything, so I don't really know that you get points for not listening. So those did happen. So a few of the technical reasons why we feel like this PUD application is not sufficient. The first one, item 3, which questions the intensity and the density of the proposed development. The spirit of the formula is to ensure that, in the spirit of the formula, the properties where most of the land is usable by law, right? You're looking at a piece of property where there may be a couple creeks or a couple areas you can't develop on. That's simply not the case here, right? And so what we're saying is this case is an outlier. This is an exception that needs different consideration on the density, because essentially they're taking that waterfront or the Reedy Creek watershed, and that's in the formula. And that's not Lennar's fault, that's just how it is, right? But at the same time, that is allowing them to have much higher density than would otherwise be suitable in a piece of property without those kinds of obstructions. So we don't feel like it meets the requirements because of that. The second one, item 6 in the PUD, which questions whether the development is compatible with the character of surrounding land uses and maintains and enhances the value of surrounding properties. In the application, they referenced developments that are across the highway or a mile or two away, or a distance away. One of the things they forgot to mention is a Sweetwater development, where just over 300 feet, just outside of that perimeter where they legally have to notify the homeowners, there are custom homes on larger lots that immediately abut some of the folks in Abington. And that wasn't mentioned, and we felt like that should have been mentioned to say, hey, there's a precedent here. Another builder came in immediately adjacent to Abington and made these kinds of changes to provide for an adequate transition between the different types of home or housing. And they didn't mention that in the PUD, which we're disappointed that didn't come up. By contrast, like as I pointed out before, Yellow Bridge is packed with townhouses and those kinds of things, and there really is no transition. So we don't feel like they've satisfied this requirement. The next one, item 7 of the PUD, which questions whether the development has architectural and design standards that are exceptional and provide higher quality than routine developments. We just talked about some of the compatibility issues in some of the items above. Other than that, the development is not exceptional in any way. It doesn't provide a higher quality units, and it's routine. There's no pool, there's no community amenities. There's a little bit of commercial there at the front end, but other than that, it's not exceptional in any way. One of the things that would be exceptional is if they were able to complete Chanticleer all the way through to Sweetwater. That would be nice for the town of Apex. That would go along with the long-term plan of Apex, but that's not as part of this proposal. And then last, the green space was something that was promised to us. It's not in the PUD. We feel like that was probably an accidental omission, and so we'd like to see them go back and redo this application so they can include the things that they had promised to us. So when we look at this project overall, one of the big things that seems to stick out is because they're not working with us, so they haven't made any significant changes since February. It seems that this project really is financially unviable. They're struggling to put more and more townhouses closer and closer. They're not providing adequate transition between the different types of housing, and no additional amenities. There's basically trying to get away with as much as they possibly can to provide an adequate transition between the different housing types, and so they also can provide full connectivity on Chanticleer all the way from Sweetwater around, all the way from Abington, all the way around down to Sweetwater. We feel like that would be a much better project, and we'd urge the committee here to push back and say, hey, you guys need to come up with a better plan than what you've got here today. A couple final considerations. First, as odd as it is, and we've had somebody say it's an error, it's a mistake, and you really can hardly see it here. This is where Chanticleer currently terminates. This is Rothwood that they're going to stub out here. There is a small sliver of property that for some reason nobody knows. Our HOA owns that property. And this piece of property is right in the middle where Chanticleer needs to go. We are eager to work with them to sell this property, to get the votes from the neighborhood, to make that an easy transition to that piece of property for the good of Apex, just to make this whole thing easier. We need for them to work with us to be able to sell that property. Otherwise, our neighbors feel like they're getting steamrolled by a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's coming in, and pushing this on us without listening to what we're asking them to do. And as everybody knows, the alternative, it's an unpopular, it's expensive. Some of the town council members have explicitly expressed the frustration with having to spend the money to go through and seize a piece of property. I know the town's been party to some lawsuits where it hasn't gone as well as we'd hoped, right? So we would like to avoid that for ourselves and for the town, and we need for Lennar to work with us to do those things. One last consideration, in the PUD, they included the chat conversation from the most recent, I think it was June 8 neighborhood meeting, which was held. And I just urge everybody to go through and read the comments there. Everything I said here today, it's in the comments. You see it again and again. There were over 45 people in that meeting. So, you can see that the neighborhood feels very strongly about this. So, thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else who's speaking on this particular public hearing? It's not already been mentioned?
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeremy.
Move the mic, please.
My name is Jeremy Brewer, and I live on Timken Forest Drive.
Brewer, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Can you turn it just a little bit more?
Oh,
I'm so
yeah.
sorry. Thank you.
I live on Timken Forest Drive on the southern border of the development proposed here. I am representing a group of homeowners both on Timken Forest Drive and on Bryant Pond Lane, some of whom are here today. And we just wanted you to hear from us because we live directly adjacent to the proposed Yellow Bridge development. And I know you've heard from others, previous affected homeowners who were unable to attend today's meeting. But we just wanted to thank Mr. Carlson and the Abington HOA's efforts during this process, and just wanted to state that we are in agreement with everything that was said today by Mr. Carlson. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Robertson. I live on Bryant Pond, directly backs up to the development. Also in the proposal, there are 2 ponds that are in this location that will be drained as part of this homeowner development. We have huge concerns about the potential flooding, wetland that's still there that might be developed over, and we just would like you to consider that as you are looking at this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Calhoun. I represent Yellow Bridge, Mr. Jerry Hornick, who owns the property. And he had asked for me to put out an email that he sent to me, and I wanted to make sure that everybody saw that and has read it, and I wanted to make sure it got on official notice. But Mr. Hornick lives in Kitty Hawk, and he's of an elderly age, so traveling back and forth is difficult. He appreciates you letting him represent, take a listen to what he'd like to represent about his property. Originally, that property, the Stratford section, was part of his property. He and a partner owned all that, Mr. Bryant Garner, since, and he sold his property to Tommy Fumble for the Stratford section. So it was originally about a 100-acre farm over there. this is basically what he was saying was he acquired the property in 1984, 38 years ago, when it was a rundown working farm. The houses, outbuildings, tobacco barns, rusted fences, and other structures were demolished and dispensed of in most cases. The open fields were reconditioned, and erosion issues were plowed, bulldozed, limed, fertilized, put in fescue grass fields, which he mowed several times each year just to keep it clean, but there were no other plans. His wife passed away last year after suffering brain cancer for almost 3 years, which prevented him from maintaining and repairing the buildings and fields. And his children, they have their own families, and they're not interested in living or working on the property. He said, I've always expected the property to be developed into housing, which he thinks is the right time for our family and the Apex community. It's the highest and best use of the land, just as all the other land around the property and up and down Highway 64. He never complained about any of the other developments or growth occurring on the other properties, knowing that it was probably inevitable, and Lennar has offered him what he considered to be a reasonable price, so he accepted it. It seems that Lennar's proposed development plans are following the Apex UDO policies and requirements, and they have a good reputation for building a quality housing product that would please him, and he feels that it justifies the time, sweat, and expense that he's invested in his land. He said the concern that he's had of late is the trespassing and minor damages caused by various and unknown people have raised a lot of concern regarding injuries, possible drowning in the ponds, along with constant problems of trash thrown into and around the ponds. Broken bottles, nails in boards, and other debris on the entrance road are constant irritation, which he said I don't need to tolerate or will. I am no longer able to keep up with these problems. And he said when Abington was initially developed, many new residents said to me that they bought their homes with the understanding that my property would never be developed and would always stay as non-farming farmland. He said, I told them that that was untrue and they should contact the people who misled them from that idea. Actually, Abington's latest expansion was developed on half of his original property land several years ago. So he said that should correct any misunderstanding if it still exists. Thank you.
Any other comments for this particular hearing that have not already been stated?
Hi, my name's Karen Beasy, and I live at 103 Timberley Court. If you look on the map, along the piece of property that's not currently being sold, we're the diamond-shaped property directly across from the pond there. We were actually the first house that was sold in Abington. We were the first contract signed, so we've lived there since 1998. I would disagree with what the former person said. Our understanding was always that eventually that property would probably be developed. I think anyone who's moved to Apex over the years, I believe there were 4,000 people in Apex when we moved there, and 70,000 now? I don't think anyone is naive enough to think that property would not be developed, that all the property along 64 would not be developed. But I think the question to ask is it being developed the proper way? I don't have a problem with the property being sold. I respect the right of the property owner to sell the property, but I agree with the other commenters from our neighborhood that I don't think this is the best plan for that section for many reasons, some of which have been brought up. The other thing I'd like to point out is the houses along the east there, one of which is ours. We actually are the largest lots in all of Abington, and now they're proposing putting the townhomes closest to us. So we would like to recognize our strong opposition to that. I would be more comfortable if they would go back to the single-family homes as they were originally proposed. I think it's particularly egregious that they would be putting the highest density next to the largest lots in all of Abington. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
I have one real quick, please. David Risk, 219 Windhurst Court. I've been an applicant for 21 years. Lauren, you said it quickly. Did you say that the school board said that there would be insufficient room in the schools for that project?
Correct, for elementary and high school.
For elementary and high school. So with the challenges of this project, okay, and the comments that you've heard tonight, and maybe 5 years down the road, they said there might be schools or something ready, why not just push it off a little bit longer? Wait for the schools to be developed, then do the neighborhood where maybe all the parcels can be sold together as one and make it a better project. And they said there could be transportation out. Does the school board even have the transportation to be able to get those kids in other areas through there? So I just wanted to re-emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion or possible motion.
I have a question for Mr. Russell. If the HOA decides they can't get a 2/3 vote to sell that little sliver that he pointed out, can this builder comply with the transportation plan to extend Chanticleer by just kind of routing around it? Would that be allowed?
I think that would be a question for their engineers to figure out when it gets to that point. Certainly, our desire would be that they work with the owner in good faith with any project. But if there is an option for a redesign, we'd have to see it to comment on it.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that with the applicant? Thank you,
Thanks.
Russell. So then the obvious question is, where are we on those good faith negotiations?
Right, so first of all, just to speak to timing of right-of-way acquisition, that's something that's typically done at subdivision. It's not done at zoning because we don't know, what's approved yet there. And so that's something that'll come at subdivision, which will be after the vote on the zoning. And so we have been talking though with Abington on that issue, and it does require a 2/3 vote of the neighborhood. I think there are around 300 homes generally in there. And so that's an ongoing discussion. It's not, been figured out, but I will say the actual portion of the property I think is under a 1/20th of an acre. I mean, it's really tiny. And so we're working on options there, but it's an ongoing discussion and something that'll really be dug into at subdivision.
Do you have, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Ethan.
go ahead.
Do you have a plan B? Do you have a contingency plan that if they don't agree, no matter what you do, it doesn't really matter how small it is, if it blocks the road, can you use some of that yellow panhandle?
Yeah, we've looked at plans like that. Obviously right now, this is the preferred alignment.
Yeah.
But we have looked at options for, slightly tweaking that road to the north, just to have a curve, to travel through there past that property, so.
Okay.
So am I understanding, gentleman who is the HOA representative? Thank you, sorry. My understanding is right now that we do not have 2/3 agreement.
Well, we asked Lennar to make some changes, and we would take those back to the neighborhood, but they never made any offer to us.
Okay, so we are not in agreement.
Their first February plan is as it is. They've made some minor changes and minor adjustments, some clarifications, but they haven't said, hey, well, listen, we'll do this for you if you can work on that. And we said, we'll take that back to the neighborhood. We'll go knock on doors. We'll work to get this approved for you. But you got to offer us something, and we haven't had anything offered. So, thank you.
I'm sorry, I know that was a little out of order, so I appreciate all the patience
Can I
in
follow up
getting
on that? Just to say that, in the meetings with Abington, it's been the same group of, I say, 15 to 20 people. And the overall neighborhood is around 300 homes. And so, there's a lot of people who we don't even know, how they feel about signing something. And so that's why it's an ongoing discussion, even.
I have a few more questions on this topic because I just pulled up the recorded map on this and it shows as reserved area. And I have a few other questions now that I look at this map. But if it's reserved, what is it reserved for? I guess this might be a planning question.
Shows reserved on GIS?
No, on the recorded map for the subdivision.
Oh, okay.
It's Stratford to Abington, Phase 1, lots 1 through 31. What is that? Book of Maps, 2006, page 2639.
Do you want to say?
Yeah. What's that, Diane?
We were looking up the approved plans for Abby.
Yeah, Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering and Design. We're the civil engineers that have been working with Lennar and Matthew on the project on sketch plans, meeting with the neighbors and such. What they're talking about is that little sliver. It's 0.08 of an acre. It's a little rectangular piece that is what I like to call a spite strip that was put in years ago. We don't know why. We're trying to figure out what the reserved area stands for, if that means it was reserved for future extension. It is shown under the major collector. So, and Mr. Akers, real quick to answer that question, something we can look at, it's not ideal, is to swing that road 30 feet north. It's gonna make a really weird alignment for Chanticleer, Rothwood, and kind of put a funny little dip or bump in the east-west major collector. So we've looked at it briefly, don't have a great answer yet, and we haven't gone that far.
Yep. So I think, I'll follow up on that because I remember what you're talking about now. I think it was a reserved easement, and I'll have to go back and look at it, but I think it may have been a reserved access easement that Mr. Hornick kept when he sold the Stratford property. And so, there may be an access easement there that, we don't know the exact location of it. But, I think that's what that's referring to, is reservation.
You had touched on something, and I don't know if it's 67% of the folks that are participating in this subdivision need to sign off on that sale of that property, but I'm trying to do something very similar in Wake Forest, and I'm trying to get a greenway easement, which is almost everybody would want in their development, and they just can't get 67% of the people to come to the table.
Right.
So the question is, how, even if you made proffers and got everybody happy, how could you guarantee that 67% of those people would even sign such an instrument?
Well, we can't guarantee it, is the answer, but I don't think it's that different than other projects where off-site right-of-way is required, right? And so I think in those cases, that's, at the zoning phase, that acquiring right-of-way is required to build the plan, and then you deal with acquiring that at site plan, subdivision phase. And so that's just the broader timing picture. It's a little odd here because it's owned by the HOA and it's in a weird spot. But I think, just from a policy perspective, it's the same as, if you need right-of-way for a sidewalk, for a project. You'd show the sidewalk on your concept plan, and then you'd acquire that right-of-way, at subdivision. So.
Brian, are you?
But you can go around it if you have to.
Right, we think so. We've looked at different options. But again, this was the preferred alignment, so that's how we wanted to show it in the concept plan, because it matches up, more exact with the street plan.
Thank you. So I will say I have lots of concerns that I want to surface. I actually appreciate that the neighbor's last concern was always my top concern, and it's how this is going to affect our schools, because for those of you who don't know, busing children in and out of Apex is a huge issue, and calendar changes are a huge issue. And for any families who move into the community, this is going to be the reality, and it's really, really hard for me to sit up here and approve, and I have to approve developments knowing outright that we aren't going to have slots in the school. And so it is even more challenging when we don't have slots in the school and the development is met with disapproval from neighbors, as well as does not seem to be a great contributor to the community in terms of a significant impact on affordable housing. I just really struggle. So some things that I'm really struggling with here, again, connectivity. I think that bringing that road up is just the wrong way to go. We have a road here. I understand that that property is not for sale. I think this might go back to maybe this isn't the right time. I think, just looking, again, when you look at that aerial and you see there's just offshoot, it doesn't make sense. And I don't want another neighborhood created like mine that's got 3 cul-de-sacs. A neighborhood that doesn't quite make sense when we have the ability to make a neighborhood make sense. the other thing that I will say is when you come before the council, it was really helpful to see that timeline and the conversations you'd had with the neighbors. When I followed that Zoom chat, it took me quite a bit of time to follow all of the conversations, what had and had not been addressed. I understand there have been lots of conversations. More of a synopsis, both the transcript and more of a synopsis would be really helpful. So that slide that you showed sort of at the beginning, that sort of had some of those pieces, you know, what concerns had been addressed, what concerns outright had been addressed, including that and ensuring that that's included as a part of the staff report so that the neighbors can see it, I think is incredibly helpful. It appears that, you know, again, lots of conversation. I think that there's some, there is some compromise that can be made here. I might encourage my neighbors to, some of the concerns that were brought forth tonight were duplicative in the emails I'd received, and some of them were not. And so I am concerned that that Lennar may not be fully aware of all of the concerns and that everyone is not on the same page. And so then it's a little hard, right, to go back and forth because if developer doesn't fully understand what the demands are, what the requests are, it's a little hard. And if they keep feeling like the goalpost is moving, I'm not saying that's the case. I just want you to see how I was reading it when I was trying to follow everything and figure out if concerns have been addressed. Because that's always my first question is, has the developer addressed the concerns? And so finally, I will wrap with the concerns have not been addressed. And I mean, this last piece, just a minor part of concerns that have not been addressed. And so based on that, I would not be in favor of this project at this time. I don't think it's impossible. I think we can go back and come up with something, but at this project, the way it's presented at this time, I would not be voting in favor of.
So you making a motion?
I am not, because I'm just one of all of us.
I do have a few more questions. Looking at this plat now, this might be a Lauren question. Looking at the plat, most of the lots that back up to this property have on their lot a 20-foot tree buffer, but when I go to the aerial, it doesn't look like there's that many trees in there, but everybody has a fence already. So I guess my question is, when that was platted, was the buffers not required to be in HOA maintained open space? And I guess to that point, if there's a 50-foot buffer, then effectively you have a 70-foot from what's platted and what would be proffered by this applicant. That seems like a fairly substantive buffer at 70 feet between these adjacent uses being, I guess, 90-foot lots down to 60-foot. So I guess that's my first question. Having a tree buffer on a lot, when is that HO or is that UDO?
No, that neighborhood was not done under the UDO, and tree buffers are not required buffers, so the individual property owners removed trees all over the place in that neighborhood.
Okay, the second question along that lines, if everybody does have a fence, I heard the applicant say that they're gonna proffer a fence. If you have a fence on the rear of their property line and then another fence, and then you have this buffer that's inaccessible, how do you maintain that buffer if it's fenced on both sides? I guess that would be a question.
That's a good question.
Not to make light of it, Mr. Akers, but to install a gate is probably the best option. It's one of the reasons I don't like putting up fences adjacent to single-family residential, but as a proffered condition from Lennar, to put the fence up, we can work for different locations for the HOA to maintain it, either through the yards or from one end or the other. But I see the concern, because you're right. If it's and Diane, please clarify where the fence has to go. It doesn't have to go on the property line. It can go 20 feet in.
Yeah, my recommendation would actually be on the inside of the buffer so that it's at the back of the lots of the new neighborhood. That way they're not getting into that area. And you know, that's a 50-foot buffer. That's a wide buffer. They have access from the public street side, and typically what we see is that it's the adjoining property owner requesting the HOA to remove dead or dying trees. They're not allowed to remove them until town staff meets them out there, and typically the person calling in the complaint is happy to give access through their yard to get the dead or dying tree out. So particularly because they do have direct access to the public street. I don't think it's gonna be a concern in this case. But we do need to get the zoning condition to be more specific. I don't know if we're getting one written up, but I think what I heard would be, it would be something like a 6-foot opaque privacy fence installed by the developer along the inside buffer.
We'll write that up.
And I'm not sure how to describe it. I guess it's the southern,
Along the southern boundary, that's the Stratford of Abington
maybe
portion.
along the single family residential section.
Diane, we can write something up, and if it's wrong, we can get it clarified before the council meeting.
I know, but I have to put something in the planning.
Okay,
board
but we'll write something up.
If that's the recommendation.
Jeff, while you're up there, I do have another question. This wasn't part of the application packet that the HOA folks have provided the layout. So just looking at this, I can't help because I like commenting on stuff that's in front of me as an engineer. But it does go to what Tina mentioned about cul-de-sacs. It looks like there's a stub on the western frontage of Mr. Matthews' property, which isn't for sale. So there'd be a stub here and on the south, so there would be 2 different stubs, but it's not shown on the actual development.
Correct. We show it coming from the south when we realign the 4 Rothwood lots.
Right.
To have Rothwood, those 4 lots now face in and Rothwood extends north. And as you well know, Mr. Akers, any of the sketch plans that we provide are all preliminary. I write preliminary over them every time I give them to somebody, and the next thing I find out is they're posted on the HOA website. So I kick myself every time I take a picture of one or let somebody take it, because it always comes back to bite me. So Mr. Akers, one of the questions is, we're looking at multiple locations, how to get to Mr. Matthews' property. He does have an existing pond, as you can see here on the slide that's pulled up. That existing pond is there. You can't go much farther north of that because the topo drops off significantly as it approaches the Reedy Branch stream buffer. So that's why we are looking at that location. Anything north of that pond is going to end up as an untouchable area. So the properties to the east of the gas line that are currently in Abington, they say that the townhomes are backing right up to us. They're not. They've got the Matthews piece sitting there. They've got a huge piece of land that's going to be sitting there, whether it's the old pond stays in place or the pond goes away or north of the pond, as well as the fact that, for example, we're doing a 20-foot buffer, 10 feet on either side of the gas easement. I would expect that same condition to roll into a rezoning for Mr. Matthews' property as well. So anything that we do here, the stub coming up Rothwood will extend, could end up as a T intersection, Mr. Akers, could end up as a cul-de-sac. And as much as I hate to say it, Mrs. Sherman, I love cul-de-sacs.
Oh, I love them too, but our connectivity plan does not.
And what I was gonna get at was touch on that connectivity, if that's okay, real quick.
Absolutely.
Is to say that if we extended Rothwood all the way to 64, I'd be concerned if I lived on Rothwood that everybody's coming off of 64 as fast as they can to get down. So I actually looked at it. I talked to Rhino, who is a traffic engineer, and him and I talked about it. Those offsets are great because it makes you come up to a stop sign, it makes you navigate, it makes you slow down into a neighborhood, it makes you go west and then turn north to get up to 64. So we actually took into consideration that connection as to how to get best into our project, while also looking at the Abington residents saying, the people who live in Stratford to get to 64 are not going to cut through Abington. They're going to go up Rothwood, hang a left on Chanticleer, and go right through Yellow Bridge to 64. So we had to take into account the existing residents as well as our new residents and how they're going to get in and out of the property. So I think connectivity reasons, extending Rothwood, first of all, they don't own it. They don't own the Joe Matthews piece. So I think that makes it really difficult. And I think the offset actually does a little bit better for navigating and slowing down the traffic. They won't come back later and ask for a speed hump, we hope. So
on the topic of Highway 64, a lot of us up here probably drive that daily, if not, twice or 4 times a day. It is a concern that Abington's primary access coming off of 540, there's a weave pattern. So if I'm understanding correctly, this new entrance would still have a left over into the development, would be an ancillary ingress into the backside of Abington. I guess this is more of a Rhino question. Would that alleviate some of the pressures that you experience here with that weave pattern?
I will say absolutely, but I'll be happy to bring Rhino up and have him.
I do have a few more traffic questions, so that might be a good segue.
Yeah, you're right. It would certainly serve as another outlet for Abington in and out of their neighborhood, which would be very helpful.
Tell me, between this point of access that is going to be constructed here and the current access to Abington, I think I saw it and Lauren touched on it quickly, but is there going to be another roundabout, one of those turns like is just east of Sweetwater?
Yeah, there would be a U-turn around for this. So anybody coming out of Yellow Bridge, where there's Abington traffic or the Yellow Bridge traffic, come up to 64, hang a right. That's the only way they can go to the right. And then if they wanted to go back west, they would flip a U-turn, a new U-turn that would be created to go back to the west.
I did read several neighbors had a concern about, if people did want to go west. I don't know that there's a whole lot of people that go west other than to go to Sweetwater Destination Center or Westford Commercial, but in that case, they could just go up and make a U-turn right there instead of going back door.
Yeah, and you're right. I think the one thing you hit on was the main movements are coming to and from the east. So if you're coming from 540 or anywhere in that area, Beaver Creek Commons area, you could come down 64, hang a left in to this new road. That would be a pretty easy access for, this section of Abington, kind of behind or south of us. So they, it would certainly be another good outlet for ingress or egress for them.
I want to just correct for the record that Kelly Ridge, I just needed to pull it
Kelly
up.
Road.
Kelly Ridge, Kelly, Abington folks help me out. Kelly Ridge Drive comes directly off 64. There's a little bit of split there when you come in, the pool's right there, you keep going all the way down to the neighborhood. I believe the road goes all the way to Kelly Road.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that, again, while I occasionally butt in with our connectivity is a part of our 2045 land use map, and so I'm going to be advocating for it. With that said, Mr. Akers, if you don't have anything else, I would be happy to make a motion. But if you do, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I still do.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at Chanticleer, and it looks like all of the properties to the east do have driveways. So I guess it converts to a major collector at this property. I guess that's a Lauren question.
Yes.
You're correct.
Okay.
Mr. Akers, it converts from the intersection at Rothwood west is the major collector. From the Rothwood to the east does have the ability to have driveways on it, as it's not a collector street.
And looking at Sweetwater's layout, there's a traffic circle with a street stub. Is that the intended extension tie-in point when the property in between develops?
Yeah, you can kind of see that, right there.
The ANS Trust property, I guess, in the middle? Oh, yeah, there, you got it pulled up, okay.
Yeah.
When Abington was developed, the first phase, do you know if they're subject to stormwater requirements, including detention and treatment under the UDO? Or they weren't UDO, so did I answer my own question?
No UDO. Any other questions for the applicant? Are we coming back to a motion?
Before we make a motion, so I'm really conflicted because I actually, starting at where you ended, Tina, the fact that there's such a huge chasm tonight between the two parties really worries me. On the other hand, I do want to say a couple things, and again, I'm conflicted, and I'm not asking for responses from the audience because we're talking to each other here at this point, if you can let us. I'm worried that the HOA is kind of holding these guys hostage, asking for things that I don't think would ever be economically viable, like 90-foot lots in this property is just never going to happen. So, and with this huge buffer, and then is that even necessary? Are they even going to see these things through a 50-foot buffer? Plus, I just heard that they originally had their own buffers, but they were private buffers, so they were all destroyed over the years, trees taken down. So they've kind of made their own situation worse. So I'm generally very, as you guys know, being on the board of my HOA and having been on that side of the podium before, I'm usually pretty open to what the HOAs have to say, but I feel like the HOA here may be going a little too far, and they may have overplayed their hand because of this little 1/80th of an acre that they own. So I would actually like to encourage all the parties to continue to work together, but for the HOA not to assume that you can block this, assume that you can't block it. I think the builder should assume they can't block it and have a plan B, and then get together and really negotiate. So that's the last thing I'm going to say before the motion.
So do we have a motion?
And
I know.
agree. There's a lot of things that I like about it too, also, along with the, they have done a lot as far as, increasing the buffers, which meets or exceeds the standards, and the intensity is 3.6 units an acre, and it's allowed at 6 units an acre. That alone, with the price of that land right there, that is huge. And with 50-foot buffers, they have really, which is way over what we normally see. We all know that's huge right there. And the transition, I think the transition here is between Abington and Sweetwater, and not so much they're trying to spread the transition. And so, for me, I'm for it because I think that they've really done a lot, and with the layout and all the wetlands up front at 3.6 units an acre, that's as low as anyone I believe is going to do.
One thing
Especially
that-
at the price of land right there.
One thing that didn't come up that I know because I did the engineering on Westford across to the north of here is the sewer capacity issues on the Abington pump station are bad. I think they actually have sewer overflows when their pool backwater, when they flush their pool pumps. But that is going to get close to be taken offline if this extends sewer up here, which I wish had happened when we did Westford because we had to run sewer all the way over to the other side of the site. But I think coupled with the amount of infrastructure they're putting in, the improvements to Highway 64, and I actually do think they did a pretty good job of doing a good transition with single family on the south side with increased buffers and then moving into alley loaded townhomes to the north and then the commercial along Highway 64 corridor. I can't shoot holes in it, but I do understand some of the neighborhood concerns. I just think that that collector is going to get extended and tie into that stub, and it'll alleviate a lot of the traffic concerns, not make them worse. So I probably would support this.
So knowing what we know, do we have a motion for or against?
I make a motion to approve.
All right, Keith, you're making a motion to approve as written. Any modifications?
Yeah, the,
Fence?
go ahead, do the modifications.
The fence.
The fence.
The fence.
6-foot fence.
The fence that Mr. Roach was talking about.
That's right.
Yeah.
Isn't that it, Diane?
Yeah, listen.
All right, so we have a motion to approve.
Yeah, well, so what I had written down, and it can get modified, but I have a 6-foot opaque privacy fence, shall be installed by developer along inside buffer of southern property line, which isn't quite right, but you guys have something better.
We're good with that, Diane.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ryan. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing?
No.
No.
3 dissents?
Diane?
Diane, do you need reasons?
Yeah, you guys need, I'm sorry, you gotta give me a minute.
Yep,
All right.
yep.
Fast. I'm not
Hold on.
here. All right, let's-
Do we give a,
Can you just give me one
reasons?
second?
Yeah, hold on.
Just wanna make sure I have this
reasons.
correct.
yes.
Can I?
Okay, and you said that was
3 dissents.
four aye and 3 no?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so, if someone wants to go first, then the other two can either say they have the same reasons for the dissent, or they can provide other reasons, so if you wanna go first, Tina, that's fine.
Can I go first?
Yes, please.
Okay, I have 4 reasons why I oppose. Number 1 being no clear community entry. It hasn't been fully designed. For me, seeing the first plan that was submitted and seeing the second one, it is quite a surprise to see this. Using the driveway as the construction site, main entry and exit, it may not hold the weight, and it seems like it goes over this stream. And then how will the construction debris affect the environmental aspects of this area?
I need to just slow down, sorry.
Sorry.
It has no clear community entry, using driveway as construction site, main entry, exit, and then it crosses the stream. Is that a third?
That's a con, yeah. It crosses over the stream, so I'm not sure if the trucks and the equipment will hold, if the driveway will hold a weight. So there's a lot of construction debris, right, from all the movement. Number 2, being the.
That was all one?
Oh, that was all one, sorry. I'll be faster. I'll make it
I
faster.
can't, I don't even have, I can't do this. I don't know what to, it might be best to, you can read them all, but you're gonna have to give me your handwritten items, and
Yeah, I
it's
could-
gonna have to be on a separate form. I do not, I only have 4 lines. We don't
Okay.
typically have this much comments.
So I'll just give you brief titles. How about that? Number 2 is the scale and proportion. It's not gradual. You have Sweetwater community on the west side, and then you have Abington on the east side. I don't see a very gradual transition of the lot sizes. Number 3 being insufficient space in schools. And then number 4 is the Chanticleer connection. There are pros and cons to it from Abington to Sweetwater, but I'm thinking it might be a beltway. People will take that instead of 64 because of construction traffic. I understand this is a work in progress on both sides, the community and Lennar, and I encourage all your conversations to continue. I think we're getting there. That's what I believe, and we'll get there to come together, but it's not there yet, is what I believe.
Diane, do you have what you need for this item?
Well, so I have no clear community entry, scale and proportion is off, insufficient space in schools, and Chanticleer connection might be beltway. But if I can write C attached, if you'll give me your items to provide to council.
So I'll go second. I agree with the first 3 of Sarah's. I don't agree with the 4th because it's in the transportation plan, so they're complying with the transportation plan. So I agree with numbers 1, 2, and 3 of Sarah's.
Okay, thank you.
Tina?
And I agree with all of what Sarah said. The only thing I'll add is, I think there's more work to do, between, the neighbors and the developer. But I will lift Mark's point up that, that there needs to be some concise, it needs to be more concise from the neighbor's point of view, coming to the developer so that they don't feel like the goalpost is moving.
So you agree with 1 through 4, but you would like for the developer to continue to work with the neighborhood, but that the neighborhood should have a more cohesive ask of the
Yes.
developer? Okay.
Yes, and I will defer to our previous, our previous, hearing.
I don't know what the previous.
Oh, I'm sorry, the previous hearing that happened, that just happened, the amount of communication to come up with, the amount of communication between the developer and the residents to
On
come
item
up
number
with
1.
on item number 1, to come up with a cohesive, reasonable.
Morris tract.
Yeah, Morris tract. I mean, the opposition we had here, when that came before first, and, the amount of work that was done, I feel like that's what should be happening.
Diane, do you have what you need?
No.
No?
We'll help you, Diane.
Well,
Give me a second.
All right.
does anyone else need a 5-minute bio break?
We're gonna close out this item, and then
Okay.
we're gonna have to, have a
Okay.
quick recess. So this passes 4-3 with a lot of discussion still to come.
Alright, so what I have, for Tina, agree with 1 through 4. Developers should continue to work with neighbors as was done for Morris Tract, but neighbors need to come up with a more cohesive ask.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's 6:40, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, so we'll be back here at 6:45.
Thank you, sir. Because they were all right around it. But it's what's happening. It's a big HOA. So what if the other 300 you know? Yeah. They only did a 1-question survey. Sarah, good job.
I'm sorry.
No, no.
After seeing the
You
plan.
do not apologize.
Well, I just don't want to affect anybody's vote.
You don't have to.
Good call.
Where is Mr. Hastings?
He's probably trying to find an open bathroom.
So when you recuse him, you just say he's
Where is
recused
that?
from the vote.
Thank you.
I don't think he plans to talk about he's at all or what talking if you ever have to.
How are you today?
Mr. Hastings?
You didn't make any plans? Okay. She said, "Oh, I didn't make them."
All right, it is now 6:47, and I will bring us back to action. Item number 3, Shannon Cox, you're going to talk to us about a public hearing and possible motion regarding amendments to the thoroughfare and Collector Street plan map, as well as the bicycle map.
Yes, good afternoon. The proposed amendments to the transportation plan are in the vicinity of Chapel Ridge Road, which from Beaver Creek Commons Drive to the north to Olive Chapel Ridge Road to the south. This is just east of Kelly Road. The transportation plan amendments affect all 3 of our plan maps, so I'll walk through those one by one. The first is a proposal to extend the minor collector street designation from the existing terminus of Chapel Ridge Road to Beaver Creek Commons Drive. So eventually, Chapel Ridge Road would connect directly from Beaver Creek Commons Drive to Olive Chapel Road. This also includes removal of the minor collector street designation on Ackerman Hill Drive. That road is there. We're not proposing to remove the road. It's just the designation as a minor collector street. The proposed amendment to the bicycle pedestrian system plan map is to add a new side path on the east side of Chapel Ridge Road, extending from about Clark Farm Road, which is hard to see, it's right there. This is also where the Chapel Ridge Towns PUD that's already been approved terminates. So from there to the north, to provide a new bicycle pedestrian connection. And then the final proposed amendment is to the transit plan map. This is a different view, so to orient you to where we're looking, this is Chapel Ridge Road here. The amendment would add a new future local bus route to Chapel Ridge Road. The green line here is our Go Apex Route 1. Currently, that will be turning around on private property in the Olive Chapel Professional Park. We are not proposing at this time to show a change to Go Apex Route 1. We're launching this service this summer. It would be confusing. But the idea is that eventually a more sustainable route would be for Go Apex to turn on Chapel Ridge Road if that connection is made, head down to Olive Chapel Road, and then come back around on Kelly and Beaver Creek Commons.
Okay.
These proposed amendments, I meant to say this, are associated with the rezoning case. It's the next item on your agenda, 22 CZ07, Chapel Ridge North PUD. We recommend that you open the public hearing for this item, consider the comments, but hold on the vote until you hear the next item and have that public hearing. These proposed amendments would improve connectivity of the roadway system, the bicycle and pedestrian network, as well as our future transit route. These are the type of connectivity improvements that are supported by the 2045 Advanced Apex Plan, as well as our UDO. These connections shorten travel time, they relieve pressure on major intersections, they make multimodal travel more viable, and they aid with emergency service. For these reasons, planning staff support the requested amendments. We've also reviewed them with Public Works and Transportation staff, police, fire, Parks, Rec, and Cultural Resources, and they were also supportive of these changes. We have not yet reviewed the transit plan map amendments with our local transit advisory committee. We will be doing that at their meeting this week, so we'll have their recommendation prior to town council. And I'll just close by noting that you're considering these amendments with the rezoning case this evening. I know that you've received some emailed comments, and I know that there's a few people here to speak tonight. So I just want to let the public know that if these amendments don't move forward this evening and at the town council meeting, staff would bring these forward in the future because we believe they have independent utility. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions for Shannon?
I have all the questions.
Okay, go ahead. Hopefully I have the answers.
Thank you for clarifying that it is paired with the rezoning. The emails that we received, it appeared that this being on the agenda, the public agenda, this was the first time neighbors were hearing of this. I'm hoping you can elaborate on that. That was my first question. And my second question is, while I'm all about connectivity, I am concerned that we did just release our 2045 transportation plan, and now we're coming back, not even, I mean, I don't know, pandemic time, I'm losing track of time, but it hasn't even been a few years that we're coming back and saying, oops, now we have to do this. So I'm a little concerned that the transportation plan has not been out very long for people to fully absorb it. And now we're coming and amending it immediately, essentially. So if you could address both of those, that would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah. So believe it or not, I believe our transportation plan is approaching the time in the next year or two where we will need to do a comprehensive update. It's been around that long. I can't remember if it was 2018 or 2019 when we officially adopted this plan. We've amended it multiple times since adoption. It's not atypical, especially in an area where you have this much development and change. This is a connection that makes practical sense for our transportation network, especially transit, which we did not have fully developed this Go Apex Route 1 at the time of our Advanced Apex comprehensive transportation plan. So now seeing how that route will function, that we'll have to make the bus turn on private property, that type of information was not known when we adopted Advanced Apex. So a little bit of information for your second question there. For your first question, transportation plan amendments like this require public notice to be posted online, which it was, public notice to be posted in the foyer, which it was. So we have followed the protocols. I do see the comments and questions from neighbors. If it's the desire of the planning board and town council, we're happy to have additional outreach and conversations about this item. It's not a problem.
About this item in particular, or?
The transportation plan amendments, what was referenced in the email.
Okay. I don't know if this is a UDO level change, but I would want us as a town when something like this is going to be considered along with a rezoning, that I feel like that should be a part of the conversation that the neighbors have. I understand that's not what the UDO currently asks, but I am all about full disclosure, and I believe the more information we give our neighbors in the community, the better. The fact that they were caught off guard, I realized that, again, that this was, on Thursday's agenda that came out, but the fact that they weren't aware is troublesome.
Yes, so
as a part of the process of the rezoning conversations.
Right. So these amendments are consistent with the PUD document. So if the PUD was reviewed, these
amendments are consistent with that document. So if they're receiving notification about the PUD, the development, and they're following along with that, I'll have to let the applicant and Shelley speak to, specifically what conversations may have been had, what might have been shared during neighborhood meetings. But the transportation plan map amendments are consistent with the rezoning request.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I'm still confused if the conversations that happened with the neighbors, if they understood that there was going to be an additional transportation amendment. I understand it's consistent, but I'm not clear. Again, neighbors in their emails shared that they were surprised that they didn't know. I understand that it's part of UDO and it was part of the PUD, but if they were not explicitly aware, I think that's where I would like to figure out where that disconnect happened and to ensure that that doesn't happen again. And I don't know if that's a UDO amendment that needs to happen for that, or if that's a procedure. But I would like more explicit communication with neighbors.
Okay.
On that. So if you can, I don't know. Diane, I'm kind of looking at you. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, I don't have a recommendation tonight because we'll have to figure it out. I have already notified the town manager that we do not have enough long-range staff to staff these transportation plan amendments that are associated with rezonings. If we do a study area, which we are going to be doing some this fall, that those are ones that we can have workshops, but the public hearings at planning board and town council are the time when the public can speak on these items. That is the time that's set aside for that. So if the guidance comes from town council that they would like to see more staff interaction with the neighbors over these kind of one-off associated with rezonings, we can do that. We just don't have the staff to do that. We may be able to put something in the UDO that puts the burden back on the developer, that if they do end up needing a transportation plan amendment, that they have to send a letter out notifying everyone that was initially noticed that this change is occurring. That may be what ends up happening. But we'll need to look at it and talk with town administration, and then get guidance from town council as to what they would like to have.
I look forward to those conversations. Again, for me, this is a common sense conversation. If I'm a neighbor reaching out to town staff about a rezoning I'm concerned about, if there's something else that's adjacent to that rezoning, I would want to be aware of that. And so I don't know what that looks like. I hear that you're going to go back, but I look forward to those conversations. Do I understand that we're going to hold the public hearing open?
No,
We're
we're
gonna
gonna
have a
do
public
the public
hearing, we're
hearing.
not gonna have a vote.
We're not going to have a vote.
Public
Okay.
hearing, yes, vote no.
Thank you.
Or wait.
So Diane, I do like the suggestion of having the developer notify the public. I think that would be good.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Shannon or comments?
Okay, thank you.
Shannon. So at this point, we will open it up to the public hearing section for anyone that has comments in regards to this particular.
Are you asking for public comments?
Yes. Please step up and say your name, sir.
It was good afternoon, but now it's good evening, everybody.
Yes, good night.
I'm Mike Bishop. I'm at 1213 Chapel Ridge Road in Apex. I lived there about 23 years. And I'm pretty surprised that this was brought up, and I feel like we're kind of ambushed on it, actually, because this is the first I've heard of it. Probably wouldn't have been here tonight if it wasn't for the other item to be brought up. And so, it was a bucolic farmland type environment on that street, and then to change it as part of the major transportation plan change. Again, I feel like we're a bit ambushed on the topic, and there needs to be more neighbor dialogue before it goes even forward for a vote. So I would request that you table the consideration until there's an opportunity for traffic studies and more consideration about kind of such a kind of a rash change, so to speak, to a small population of people in our neighborhood. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rita Boykin. I live at 1500 Clark Farm Road, and my house faces Chapel Ridge Road. I have a question, first of all, Mr. Skinner. At the beginning of this meeting, you said the planning board, did you say they serve the interest of the community?
That is correct.
Thank you. I want everyone here to keep that in mind. I'm livid, to say the least. I have been all weekend. And as I sat there, I thought this would be tabled because a member of, oh, but by the way, I'm speaking for our whole neighborhood, so I guess I get 9 minutes. Because this afternoon, I received an email from a member of the town council who had found out that we were not notified until the last minute. She contacted the town manager, hoping that, suggesting that this be marked off the agenda. So I came tonight and asked, and no, it's still here. So that concerns me a little bit. But we had no knowledge of this. By chance, Friday afternoon at 4:29, I received an email, a general email to all of the to all of the Apex. Diane had signed it at the bottom, talking about this in particular. And I was blown away because I'm going to mark it off because I've sat there and made notes while y'all were having your meeting. Because the planning department has known all along that we have opposed this Chapel Ridge North project. We have been involved from the beginning. They know that. We have met with them. We have had communication back and forth with emails, and nothing, absolutely nothing, was mentioned about this. On March 28th, two other members of my neighborhood and myself met with two members of the planning board for about an hour. Nothing was mentioned. The opportunity was there. Just last week, on July the 6th, a word, 3 members of my community and 2 members from the planning board. Nothing to let us know, hey, this is being considered to begin with, and on Monday, we're going to have it on the agenda, and not even let us know. To say that is beyond the pale is the nicest words I can use this evening. Oh, by the way, this is all coming from me, and I'm speaking for our neighbors, but I apologize because they have no idea what's coming out of my mouth tonight. Okay, 5. Where is 6? Why change a minor collection street design? Why is Ackerman Hill being changed? Makes no sense. Let's see, that's 6. Let's go to 7. Okay, there we are. Why change an extension to CCR? Now, she said it was tied in with the Chapel Ridge North project. We know that. But notice that this was on the agenda before that. So were they coming up here and saying, hey, we're going to extend Chapel Ridge Road into Beaver Creek Commons? Apex going to pay for it? No. No. Absolutely not. A side path. A transit route. You know why they like that transit route? The first one was going to be a turnaround at Olive Chapel Professional Park. They said the transit bus couldn't get into Western Wake Crisis Ministry, which is where they wanted it to go. So they said, we'll go down to Office Park and we'll let a turnaround there so they can go back and drop people off or pick them up at Western Wake Crisis Ministry. Come to find out, that's a 5-year lease. A 5-year lease. Is Apex paying Office Park to lease their property for a transit bus to go in and turn around? Apparently so. So in the end of 5 years, guess what? They've got to come up with another plan. Whoa, here we have it. Let's see, if not, why? Okay. 8, we'll move on to 9. All of this deals with Chapel Ridge North. You know it, we know it, they know it. So much so that the placement of this particular item came before the other proposal. not only at this meeting, but at the town council meeting, when you look at their agenda. Can't you, I mean, you can figure that out. You're smart. You know what they're doing. Why weren't we told? They knew we were interested. They knew it was us. That transit route goes in front of our houses, and you didn't have to let us know? Everyone in planning. I mean, I've even heard that people know me by my reputation, because I get up here and I try to stand up for our neighborhood. And you didn't think we'd be upset? It is, as I said, beyond the pale is the politest thing I can say. Who didn't want us to know? Who in planning, who in the town of Apex, who on the staff of Apex did not want us to know, to keep us in the dark until the last minute? This item should have been tabled before this meeting even started. There was no excuse not to give us, and you're right, we should have known. I don't care what these UDOs and all of that, they don't make anything. Common courtesy, good faith, professionalism would have let us know. To have met virtually and in person with 2 members of the planning board staff and then not give us a fronts up to what was happening is totally unacceptable. Apex is better than this. Thank you.
Ms. Boykin?
Yes.
Thank you for coming up and saying that. As you heard at the beginning, we will get this addressed. We will discuss it further and make sure that the town knows when things like this are going to change. There will be improved communication.
It's been
Thank you for taking
awful.
the time to come speak.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Matthew Carpenter, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the developer here. I just wanted to clarify the transportation plan amendments. The goal in terms of the connection to the Chapel Ridge case is really to change what's now a 5-foot sidewalk to a 10-foot side path for the length of Chapel Ridge.
I love that idea.
Right. And then, as I'll get to in a moment when the case comes up, the Chapel Ridge Road extension will be fully paid for by the developer, so the town isn't footing the bill for that. So
Thank you for that.
that's it.
All right. Any other comments? All right, well then I will close the public comment section for this particular item number 3. And Diane, we don't take a vote, so do we move on then to item 4, is that right?
Yes.
So I do want to understand, what will happen in terms of votes after this? Will we come back?
We don't vote until after we've heard
this.
this next item.
Okay.
So, Shelley, you're coming to us to discuss a hearing and possible motion regarding rezoning case 22 CZ07, the Chapel Ridge North PUD. You have the floor.
Sorry, the beep threw me for a second.
That's all right.
Thank you. So, before I get started, I just want to address Ms. Boykin's comments. Amanda and I were the ones who met with the residents, and this was not a case of staff not wanting anybody to know. It was simply a matter of, to be totally honest, 95% of our neighborhoods, I would say, maybe 90, I might be anticipating a little high, like the idea of the additional connectivity or the additional sidewalk connections. So we're not used to having to proactively reach out to residents for transportation plans, particularly when the things that are being proposed in the transportation plan amendments are written into the text of the PUD. So we had actually already addressed with them the fact that the road was going to connect and that there will be a side path through there. And on our last meeting last week, we talked about the transit connection and the turnaround because of the 5-year lease. That's where Ms. Boykin got her information from on that. It was not a case of the town or town staff trying to keep information under wraps or trying to make it hard for anybody to find anything out. We perhaps incorrectly made an assumption, and we regret that assumption now, and we regret making anybody feel like we were trying to keep information from them. That is never our intent. We never go around trying to keep stuff from people. If anything, we're normally having conversations about how do we best get the information out to people in a way that is understandable, palatable, and easy to contact us back about.
Right.
Because a lot of times this is really complicated stuff. Not so much in this particular situation. Those 3 items are fairly simple to comprehend, so that wasn't the problem. It was just a pure oversight on staff's part, and it was something we probably could have anticipated, so I want to apologize. It was in no way something that was a bad actor situation. We just overlooked it, and we apologize. You're welcome. I'm going to go ahead and get started on the rest of it then. On March 1st, the applicant submitted the rezoning for this application. As you can see by our lovely green star here, this is kind of in the northwest central part of town. I kind of consider 540 to be the edge of the central portion, so this is kind of edging up on that. It's east of 540, south of 64, just immediately south of Beaver Creek Crossings. And to the east are the Hempstead Townhomes, and the future home of Jordan Lutheran Church is just to the west. As you can see, the parcels are mostly wooded with a couple of streams and some cleared areas. They're large lots, all single family, and they range from about 1.7 to about 5 1/4 acres. These parcels are currently zoned rural residential. The proposed rezoning is planned unit development conditional zoning. In February, sorry, I got ahead of myself. The 2045 land use map designates the site as medium density residential, which permits 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre and does not permit apartments. Chapel Ridge PUD proposes 370 dwelling units on 20.62 acres, or an approximate density of 17.94 dwelling units per acre. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will be automatically amended to high-density residential per recent changes in state law. This district requires a minimum of 14 dwelling units per acre for planned unit development zonings. While the site is within the suburban context area, so this kind of dark beigey mushroom color, it is immediately adjacent to the transit-oriented development context area that was adopted as part of Advance Apex. The transit-oriented development is the blue area here. This line that separates the two is actually the southern property line of Beaver Creek Crossings. TOD development typically dictates transit supportive densities, which is a minimum of 7 units per acre for a circulator bus service and a minimum of 15 units per acre for fixed route bus service. In February of 2021, staff presented a land use map amendment for this area, which would have changed the entire Chapel Ridge neighborhood to medium high, which is the kind of darker, kind of middle orange color, and high density residential. During the meeting for February of that year, of last year, Planning Board unanimously recommended approval. And this was also the same meeting that added the A's for the apartments. When the proposal went to Town Council, it was sent back to the Planning Committee based on resident concerns. Planning Committee of Town Council decided to wait on the land use map change until a rezoning petition was presented and to make a decision based on the merits of that rezoning proposal. Staff feels that this area is appropriate for the medium high and high density residential because of its nature as infill and its proximity to 540 and 64, local retail and local offices. Planning staff tends to promote infill whenever possible because it reduces the cost that the town has to pay long-term to build and maintain public utilities and roads, and it reduces the impacts on natural areas on the outskirts of town, the areas closer to Lake Jordan and our watershed area. This is part of the 2045 land use map update. The compact nature of this particular development in turn further reduces the town's costs. The development's proximity to 540 and 64 make it quick and simple to access our regional highways, which gives them better connectivity to those larger regional networks if they have to go on larger trips. But in addition, the location near greenways, the shopping center, and the town's new transit route should reduce the length, distance, and frequency of vehicle trips for future residents. The addition of a side path that will connect to Beaver Creek Commons Drive should also encourage some of the residents to walk between the two developments. The proposed rezoning case does include 7 parcels. One of it does not, however, include the Bishop property here at 1213 Chapel Road. During our pre-application meeting with the applicants, staff strongly recommended that the applicant try to purchase Mr. Bishop's property. We've reiterated this throughout the review process and have spoken to the applicant about it numerous times. I've also spoken to Mr. Bishop about it to try to help get people together and to make that work out. The applicants and Mr. Bishop have had a number of conversations, but haven't yet been able to reach an agreement as to price. My understanding is that the applicants are willing to continue to negotiate with Mr. Bishop even after approval of the rezoning, and they're willing, it's indeed their intention to come back with a PUD amendment to add his property to the project if they can negotiate purchase. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on February 16th of 2022. That meeting report is attached to your staff report. During a meeting with the neighbors last week, staff was advised that the summary of questions and concerns wasn't accurate. We don't have a way to know that until somebody tells us. It's a good faith situation. We have to accept what we're given unless someone from the meeting tells us that it was wrong. At that point, immediately after that, staff asked the applicant to submit a revised and expanded summary. They had someone in their office re-listen to the recording they made of the remote call and type up a copy of that was emailed to us late last night, or middle of yesterday rather, and that staff only recently got this morning. There is a hard copy at each of your desks.
This one?
Yes, sir. It was also emailed to all of the residents that I have contact information for. We thank them for letting us know about that, and staff has read through all the pieces. A letter of impact was also received from Wake County Public Schools for this rezoning, and is also in the staff report. Wake County Public Schools indicates that elementary and high schools within the assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at both of those school levels, however. The applicant has proposed the following uses for this development. They are multifamily or apartment, condominium, utility minor, greenway, park active, park passive, and recreation facility private. During one of our meetings with some of the residents, they asked if it was possible to remove the Sherry property, this property here, from the rezoning and leave it as single family. This was also in the expanded,
Show that again, I'm sorry.
Green?
sorry, the green parcel here. I have been referring to it as kind of a jack-o'-lantern tooth here, just a little bit. So the request was to take that out of the rezoning and to leave it as single family. It's the only parcel within the development that has frontage on Clark Farm Road. The neighbors pointed out that the money that was intended to purchase the Sherry property could be used to supplement the amount used to purchase Mr. Bishop's property, and also pointed out that removing the Sherry property from the rezoning would make it easier for future the future redevelopment of the parcels in the middle. So it would be more of a cohesive whole with a more regular outline here, if that were taken out. Staff agreed with these points and stated that we would pass this on to the developer, which we did. When the developer submitted their final version this month, they had decided to designate the Sherry property as single family with a maximum unit of 1. So essentially it would be left as single family, and they were only planning really to keep this stream buffer area here. That's because they agreed with the concerns of the residents and thought that this was something that they could offer to make the rezoning more palatable, because they understand that this is a big change. And they've worked with staff to try to do as much as we can given the fairly tight confines and honestly odd shape of it, just because of the land that they have been able to get under contract. They didn't want to remove the property from the rezoning though, because that would increase the gross density. Because remember, we calculate density based on the gross acreage. We don't take anything out when we're doing that. So if they took this particular property out, they would be increasing their gross density from 17.94 units per acre to 20.24 units per acre. This wouldn't actually increase the number of units. It would still be 370 total units, but it would make the density go higher, which can skew public perception of things. Unfortunately though, because of the timing of when they made this change, our standard practice is to require a new neighborhood meeting whenever a new use is added. The applicant didn't have time to hold a new neighborhood meeting and still stay on time for these meetings in July. So after speaking with Diane and Amanda and our legal department, we determined that we had to ask the applicant either to remove the use or to postpone their meetings. The applicant opted to continue with the July meetings, partly because they've had the existing property owners under contract for over a year now, and those property owners would like to get paid for their property. So it's partly because they want to get their zoning entitlements, but partly also to try to help out the residents who actually need to get that property sold. The applicant has agreed to all of the town's standard architectural conditions for apartments, and these are examples of those elevations. As is typical with PUDs, staff recommends they provide a variety of options, particularly if they don't have their building fully designed. This is because sometimes things change when you start to get into the architecture of the building and we start to get into site design, and sometimes something just won't work like you thought it would. And rather than having them come back for a whole bunch of little rezonings, we'd rather give them a little bit of extra flexibility. In addition, the applicants offered the following. For affordable housing, they've offered at least 3.5% of the total units to be designated as affordable housing for 10 years. Those units will be occupied by households earning no more than 60% of the Raleigh AMI. No dumpster shall be located within 50 feet of the northern property line of the property owned by the Coreys. That's this property here. The project will also utilize full cutoff LED fixtures with a maximum color temperature of 3,500 Kelvin. That's that nice warm yellow that we like, not the cold blue that kind of hurts the eyes. For all exterior lighting, which is including but not limited to parking lot and building mounted fixtures. The project is also will also be designed to meet the requirements for one of the green building certifications listed on your staff report. Before building permits are issued, the developer will hire a third-party consultant to evaluate the project and ensure the design conforms to the green building certification requirements. Say that 5 times fast. Before receiving CO for a building, the developer shall demonstrate to the town that the building has been certified by that green building certification, and he will do that by providing a copy of that certification. This is because depending on the certification chosen, it can be a certification about process or about the specific energy requirements of that building. So that requirement gives us, that phrasing gives us a little bit of wiggle room to make sure that we can address both of those potential options. The project is also going to install at least 3 pet waste stations across the development, and all buildings will be built with conduit for future installation of solar panels. All of the proposed design controls are on page 4 of your staff report. I'm going to hit the highlights. A maximum of 370 dwelling units is proposed. All of the buildings shall be a maximum of 5 stories and 55 feet tall. This comes with a caveat. Any building facades that are facing existing single-family homes shall be limited to 4 stories tall. So any of the facades that face any of these existing single-family homes will be 4 stories tall. And that's partly because this site drops back a lot towards 540. So in order to be able to take advantage of that natural terrain change, they added the 5-story height so that they would be able to have some basement walkout apartments in the back towards there. The development is also proposing a slight change in the parking standards from what the UDO requires. The UDO typically requires 1.5 spaces per unit for 1 and 2 bedroom residential units, apartments. This one is requesting 1.3 spaces per unit. This is identical to what was recently approved at the North Salem Station PUD, the apartments that are up on Laura Duncan and North Salem. The development is proposing that they will meet the UDO requirements for any 3-bedroom units. Based on a preliminary count submitted to Wake County Public Schools, this would mean about 74 fewer parking spaces than the UDO standard. They are, however, exceeding the UDO's requirement for electric vehicle charging spaces. The UDO requires a 3%, that 3% of the total parking spaces be electric vehicle charging spaces. This is proposing 5%. For RCA buffers and landscaping, the proposed development is going to comply with the UDO requirement for 20% of the development is resource conservation area. The buffers are in your staff report as well. All of the buffers meet or exceed the minimum established by the UDO. Most of them have been upgraded to a type A buffer and increased by 5 feet as well. In addition, the project has offered the following conditions regarding landscaping and species. The project shall select and install tree, shrub, and perennial species with special attention to providing diverse and abundant pollinator and bird food sources, including plants that bloom in succession from spring to fall. The project will increase biodiversity in perimeter buffers and open space areas by providing a variety of species for the canopy, understory, and shrub levels. Native and adaptive plant species shall be provided within these areas to minimize death from disease and provide increased habitat and food sources for insects and animals. A minimum of 70% of the species provided shall be native or a nativar of North Carolina. No invasive species shall be permitted. No single species of tree or shrub shall constitute more than 20% of the plant material of its type. The project shall install a minimum of 1 sign for each resource conservation area. The signage shall indicate that the area is RCA and is to be preserved in perpetuity and not disturbed. 6-foot wide private walking trails may be located throughout the development, including some of the RCA areas. Those locations will be determined at site plan. And existing trees greater than 18 inches in diameter that are removed by site development shall be replaced by planting a 1.5-inch caliper tree, native tree, either on site or at an alternative location approved by planning staff. This is above and beyond the standard UDO requirements, so they can't double dip on this one. Chapel Ridge North will be served by Town of Apex water, sewer, and electrical systems, and the ultimate design for those utilities will meet the town's current master plans. This PUD is also going above and beyond our stormwater management requirements for quality and quantity treatment. The UDO requires that they treat the 1-year and 10-year and 24-hour storm events. but they are also adding in the 25-year storm event as well. And then the town's stormwater doesn't currently require the removal of total suspended solids. Typically, the design of stormwater control measures does still do that, but this will also be required to remove 85% of total suspended solids. Regarding pedestrian facilities, the following facilities will be provided to contribute to a walkable community within and surrounding the Chapel Ridge North development. Per the proposed amendment that we just talked about, a 10-foot future side path is shown being extended along the northern and eastern side of Chapel Ridge Road. That's this kind of yellowy line here. It's got a smaller dash to it than the other one. A 5-foot wide sidewalk will be along the western side of Chapel Ridge Road. So from this property line south in red, along any of the public right-of-way fronting the development. A 5-foot wide sidewalk will also be constructed along the south side of Ackerman Drive here. And a crosswalk will be placed here so that it connects on the opposite side of the road to the sidewalk along Ackerman Drive that was built as a part of Hempstead. The applicant would have been fine with building it on the north side of the road, but they don't control that property at the moment. So that's Mr. Bishop's property there. And they didn't want to anticipate that they'd be able to build it on that side. In addition, the 6-foot wide private walking trails will be placed throughout the development, and all sidewalks within parking areas and along entry drives will meet UDO requirements. As we just saw, the Apex Transit Plan shows the GO Apex Route 1 turning around at Olive Chapel Professional Park. Because we were only able to negotiate that 5-year lease with the professional park owners, we will need to be looking for a new place for that turnaround to happen. And this connection makes the most logical sense because it will be private right or public right of way, and it will provide additional services to the apartment complex in the future. In addition, the developers agreed to design, construct, and install a bus stop along the western side of Chapel Ridge Road in an area that's mutually agreed upon by the developer and traffic engineering. Finally, we get to road improvements. Apex will not be paying for any of the road improvements that are shown on this plan. These are all improvements that are required from the developer. As a matter of fact, the developer was required by town staff to seek a third connection point for the development. Prior to the towns at Chapel Ridge getting rezoning approval, there were only 2 connections in this neighborhood. And the UDO requires that we have 3 for anything over 300 units. Well, when you added it all up, we had a connection down south at Olive Chapel Road, and then the intriguingly circuitous route through Hempstead. But Hempstead actually ended up taking up most of the capacity within that 300 units. There are 193 units in there. And at the time, there were around 20 homes or 15 to 20 homes in Chapel Ridge. So that didn't give very many additional units for a developer of these parcels. So when we met originally with the homeowners, which is going on more than 2 years ago now, it was pre-COVID, before we knew that masks were essential, we told them that one of the biggest obstacles would be getting a third connection point. And part of that's because Jordan Lutheran Church had just come in and had gotten their own construction drawings signed. And at the time, we didn't have a transportation plan change when they came in. They didn't require a rezoning because churches are allowed in rural residential. And we couldn't, it seemed disingenuous to come in as soon as somebody said that they wanted to do something and say, oh, no, we're going to amend the transportation plan to make you have to build this road that you as a church may or may not actually be able to afford to build. So our hands were kind of tied behind us, and we And they were proposing to build a sidewalk or a regular driveway through here. I don't know how often you guys drive Beaver Creek Road through here, or Beaver Creek Crossings Road, but right about here is where the full control access starts. And that's because it slopes off really dramatically right there. Like, you've got those wonderful safety railings right there and everything. It is not possible to construct a road connection right there. You've got the bridge supports starting in this area. It's just not gonna happen. So really and truly, the town would have loved to have seen a connection come through here to make a more rational direction and route. And the church and the developers are negotiating that and are talking about that. And if that's something they can come to an agreement about, they will come back and ask for that to be amended on their rezoning. So it's just that they haven't gotten there yet, and they really want to pay the people who own the land there. So at this point, we're asking for this to come up through here, and then it will actually follow the driveway for the pump station that's behind Beaver Creek Crossings. So this is actually the second driveway, the one that comes behind the shopping center where loading and unloading happens. But just down from that, there's the pump station, and there's actually a retaining wall right here. So they're going to be coming just south of the retaining wall and connecting right there. Chapel Ridge Road is designated as a two-lane minor collector, and the developer will dedicate right-of-way along their property frontage on Chapel Ridge Road to meet the requirements shown in Advance Apex. Subject to NCDOT approval, the applicants agreed to the following conditions. A center turn lane on Beaver Creek Commons Drive will be restriped to provide 75 feet of southbound left turn storage. So as they're coming, if I can get my air, as they're coming this way, there's going to be a left-hand turn lane right about in here, so they can turn that way. So 75 feet of storage in that turn lane and 75 feet of taper. Chapel Ridge Road will be extended north, as we said. It'll be constructed to Town of Apex standards and specifications. At the site plan stage, the section that's shown in pink right through there and right over here, it may be hard to tell, will be dedicated as public right-of-way. The portion that's shown in orange through here is going to be a private drive and a minimum 45-foot public access and public maintenance easement. The reason for that is Beaver Creek Crossings recently changed ownership, and for whatever reason, and I have no idea what the reasoning is, the original owner decided to retain basically this piece here. They were already under a contractual obligation to give our applicant access, an access easement over and through it, but they are not willing to sell that piece to them so that the applicant can dedicate that as public right-of-way. So this is the agreement that we've worked around. Through this section, this will be at least a 50-foot or a 60-foot wide cross section. Through here, where this piece is, it will be 50 feet wide because there is actually a stream section through here that they have to stay around. And this orange piece with the yellow line, so the section that's in the access easement with the side path will actually be a 45-foot section. Our transportation staff has reviewed this, and they're comfortable that that will work as long as the applicant, and the applicant's engineer has also looked at it and made sure that it will work. The Apex Environmental Advisory Board held a pre-application meeting for this rezoning on February 17th. The zoning conditions suggested by the EAB are listed on pages 7 and 8. The applicant committed to all but 2 of those. The 2 that they did not commit to were implementing green infrastructure. There are a variety of options for this. It's one of our vaguer recommendations from the Environmental Advisory Board. And then the second one was to add a solar PV system with a total of 75 kilowatts of capacity spread across the apartment buildings. The applicant is still looking into each of these options, and it's possible that they're going to do them at site plan or slightly after construction's completed, but they weren't comfortable committing to them at this point. As I said, there are a variety of options with the green infrastructure options, so That's a little repetitious. But, so that's something that we can still work on to see if we can get them implemented in the plan. It's just not something they were really sure that they could commit to at the moment. In addition, the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission reviewed this project at their April meeting and unanimously recommended a fee in lieu. And planning staff recommends approval as proposed by the applicant. We believe that the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide for infill redevelopment that serves as a transition from the large commercial development to the north while being compatible with the scale of the townhome development to the east. We also believe that the rezoning will require more energy efficient housing, improve local transit options, and offer affordable housing units. And the proximity to large shopping centers, bus stops, and greenways will encourage some of our residents to walk, bike, or take local transit to local destinations. The proximity to our regional highway network provides easy access to that, thus reducing the impacts of a similar amount of traffic on the local street network. And the compact nature of this development lowers the cost per capita providing and maintaining public services and infrastructure, while also ensuring the protection of open space both on the site and elsewhere in town. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is also here. He's also happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Shelley.
You're welcome.
You mentioned 55 feet, 5 stories basically.
Mm-hmm.
Normal house is 45 feet high, right?
It's 3 stories and 45
stories,
feet to the
45
peak.
feet. Okay,
Mhm.
so this is not considerably taller than another house or townhome.
Not especially. Generally speaking, for a regular peak-to-roof house, there's a good portion of it that's given to the attic area that we don't ever use, except for maybe our HVAC systems and some, for those few lucky ones who actually have a finished attic. But yes, it is only about 10 feet taller than our typical 3-story townhome or single-family home. It's about 10 feet taller than what you'd see if you were able to look out the windows behind you.
So is the parking going underneath this structure or?
At the moment, and they don't have engineered drawings or anything at the moment, but at the moment, they're looking at regular parking lots. So now it's possible they might have to look into engineered parking, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
And keep me honest, you said all the exterior lighting is going to be a warmer light? It won't be that piercing blue?
It won't be that awful blue color.
Okay.
And hopefully,
Different
it
than
won't be the
Beaver Creek
purple
house.
color that Duke came out with recently.
Yeah.
But we can't do anything about that.
But that lighting is different than what's in Beaver Creek currently. Beaver Creek has the piercing blue.
They do. And that's because when they retrofitted their lights, they didn't bring us a plan to tell us how much it was. And they didn't, we didn't have that standard in the ordinance at the time. So we do now, but
So
we
this
didn't.
lighting won't impact the neighbors surrounding the way Beaver Creek does.
They'll still be able to see it
Oh, yes, they'll see
and
it.
everything, but it won't be that piercing white-blue light that you see. And it is, in the section of the zoning condition where it says full cutoff, that means that it comes all the way down and it focuses straight down. It doesn't,
Right. It's not
you
full.
can't see any of the lens or anything from underneath of it. Unless you're standing right underneath of it.
Right.
But
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And can you clarify, the 5-story portion, from what I'm looking at, is on the downhill slope? And so it's, that actual height is not above, it's actually below.
Right.
And it faces the church in Beaver Creek Commons, so it should not be at all visible. It shouldn't look any different than the 4-story portions.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for Shelley? All right, does the applicant care to speak?
Mm-hmm. It's not you. There you go.
There it is. Good evening again. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, here on behalf of High Street Residential, the developer of this project. And also with me tonight are Josh Dix with High Street, and also Cody Trowbridge and Jesse Hardesty with McAdams, civil engineers and land planners on the project. So thanks to Shelley for the presentation. It was really thorough, and so I'll clarify where I can, and add some information also where I can. And so just to give you a little background about this particular developer, it's High Street Residential, and they're a subsidiary of Trammell Crow Company, who's a national developer, and the High Street subsidiary specializes in multifamily projects. So this is something they do all the time, and they've gotten good at, which is one reason they can commit to a lot of things like green building certification. And so there's a lot of expertise there that we think will be useful. And so this slide shows some of their other projects in different parts of the country. I think there's a couple projects, one from Austin, one in Minneapolis, and the point of showing these is just that they design these buildings to complement the context of different areas. They're not taking a garden-style apartment building and redoing it all over the country in different places. And so the architecture and design here will be unique when it comes to designing it at site plan. And so as Shelley mentioned, the assemblage here is 7 individual lots with 7 different residential lot owners. And it totals about 19.7 acres. And what's unique about these sellers is that there's 7 individuals or families that came together and chose to market their property as an assemblage. And so it's unusual, in my work and, other people that I work with to see, this many homeowners on the same page. And so, I think that what that does is it offers, although not a completely cohesive project, and we don't have every lot that's left over in Chapel Ridge, it's more cohesive than if these lots were to develop kind of one by one. And so that allows us to do more things like extend Chapel Ridge Road, which I'll get to in a moment, and provide affordable housing. Whereas if these lots developed, more piecemeal, maybe 2 or 3 at a time, it could be that there's a cul-de-sac here still, and the road's never connected through to Beaver Creek Commons Drive. And so this slide shows the current zoning, which is rural residential. Obviously, it kind of stands out in this location. It's, to the north, you can see Beaver Creek, and then to the south, the recently approved Chapel Ridge Towns case. And so our proposal is to rezone it to planned unit development, to permit, as Shelley mentioned, 370 elevator-served internal corridor apartment units with amenities. So they'll be fully amenitized, and they'll be served internally over, what we think right now is 3 different buildings. And so the land use map designation here, and Shelley did a good job of providing the history of that. We're familiar with that discussion and, the different policy decisions surrounding, what's appropriate long-term here. And so, what we're proposing is essentially a high-density residential designation. And if you look at the language I have here, it's taken directly from the town's comprehensive plan. And it says that high-density residential should provide for housing located in close proximity to major commercial areas and transportation corridors. And we have both of those here. We're directly adjacent to Beaver Creek Commons, and we're right at 540 and US 64. And so we're really right there at a pivotal interchange between, commercial uses, future transit, and access to thoroughfares. And so this is our concept plan, and I'll say that this plan took a lot of technical work. There were a lot of details that had to be worked out to get here. And while it's not perfect, we think we've reached a plan that, fulfills several of the town's long-range goals, and provides needed housing to the town. And so, just to reiterate, it's 370 apartment units. And Mr. Steele, you were correct about the 4 stories. The plan is for all buildings to be 4 stories, but on the north side there, adjacent to the Jordan Lutheran Church property, the grade really falls. And so, we didn't want to run into an issue where it's technically 5 stories because of the grade. And so the buildings will be 4 stories. which is about 45 feet. The case will include 13 affordable housing units at 60% AMI for a period of 10 years. And I'll talk more about that in a moment, but we worked directly with CJ to develop that language. And those will actually be managed by the developer here. They have experience doing that in DC, and so they'll actually review applicants. And we think that'll take a lot of pressure off of CJ, who right now is mainly a one-man show. And then, as Shelley mentioned, we've got wider buffers, all over the site than are required. Most of the buffers adjacent to existing single-family are 25-foot type A buffers. And so those will be planted to a really high-quality planting standard to provide screening from the apartments. And then you can see our RCA areas kind of dispersed around the site. And those are green. And I think just going back to the discussion on the Sherry property, which is kind of the snaggletooth, that is shown as RCA here. And so it won't be graded, and it won't be developed. And so, part of the consideration when we looked at what to do with that site, well, first of all, it's part of the overall assemblage of the sellers. And so we didn't want to pluck one homeowner out and say, we're not buying that property. And then second, in the area where there's a stream, kind of in the northern portion of that tax parcel, we'll actually run utilities through there. And so, that'll serve our development, but that also will act as a potential stub if those properties along Clark Farm Road are eventually redeveloped. And so, even if we don't develop the Sherry property, which we don't intend to, we want it to stay a single-family home, whether it's subdivided off later or rented as a single-family home. We want to, provide those utilities through there for future connection. And so, to really dig in a little bit to the Chapel Ridge Road extension, I wanted to zoom in because there's a lot going on here. But you can see the existing cul-de-sac is the blue area at the bottom of the plan. And so that's where the road stops now. And so the developer here will actually be constructing and paying for the entire extension that's shown in pink and orange, all the way up to Beaver Creek Commons Drive. And right now that's estimated to be about a $2 million total cost between buying the land. So north of the purple line there, that's actually the property line of the rezoning parcels. And then north of that purple line is actually the back part of the Beaver Creek Crossing Shopping Center. And so to add some color to how that conversation developed with the owner, we originally started negotiating with the shopping center owner to purchase the portion needed to connect to Chapel Ridge, to Beaver Creek Commons Drive. And while we were in negotiations, they sold the entire shopping center. But because they wanted the money from our deal, they retained an easement over that portion. And so we're still under contract there. And we did spend significant time looking at options to go over the church property. And there were a lot of practical issues there. First, it was with the church's timing. We met with them, and they had a lot of delays in their site plan, and so they were ready to move forward. And then later on in the process, Shelley let us know that they wanted to reach out again. And so we started discussions with them again. And although they were open, there were other issues like their RCA areas, and they didn't have their site designed. And so in discussions with transportation staff, what we ultimately decided was, to go with what we knew and what was certain, so that there's insurance that this connection is going to be made. And that was the route that you see here. And so even though it's unusual and it takes a lot of technical work, we feel good that this connection will happen, and we've committed to it happening in the PUD text. So if we get down the road and realize, we can't do it, we'd have to come back to get a PUD amendment. And so just to go through the street section a little bit, the yellow line is a 10-foot side path, and then the red line is a 5-foot sidewalk. And so, part of the thinking in the transportation plan amendment was that when properties south of this redevelop, we want them to also provide the 10-foot side path, so we have connectivity all the way up Chapel Ridge Road. And so, I'm happy to answer any questions about that at the end, but I'll move on to the affordable housing. As I mentioned, we're committed here to 13 affordable units at 60% AMI for a period of 10 years. And so, we think it's a great place for affordable rental units with the future transit access and proximity to the Beaver Creek Crossing Shopping Center, which could provide jobs, within walking distance of the apartment complex. And so, we spend a lot of time with CJ, like I said, and that language is really well thought out there. And then, as Shelley mentioned, we have a number of environmental commitments here. I won't read them all out again, but I think some of the most significant are the EV charging spaces and also the green building certification. I think both of those things will ensure that this is an environmentally conscious project and not just a run-of-the-mill apartment complex. And this slide just gives you an idea of what the architecture could look like here. In our earlier conversations with neighbors and with staff, and in consideration of the office park to the south, the thinking here was that initially it could still change, given input, but that a southern kind of traditional farmhouse style would be appropriate. And so, that's what you see here. And then just to summarize the benefits of this case, we've really put a lot of time in to get here. And, there's affordable housing commitment. There's the extension of Chapel Ridge Road at $2 million. There's the construction of a bus stop at Chapel Ridge Road to the recently approved specs that the town just approved maybe a month or so ago. EV charging spaces, green building certification. We've got architectural standards. The Parks and Rec fee here is going to be around $820,000. And then we have several mitigation conditions that we took from the neighborhood meeting. And that's a 25-foot type A buffer. The restrictions on height that are in there. The RCA on Clark Farm Road. The restriction on dumpster placement. And then also the full cutoff lights with the warmer temperature that we believe will make this project more compatible with the neighborhood. And then just a couple of things to touch on that were questions asked previously. The neighborhood meeting summary. What happened there was, the town's application is just a one-page summary of neighborhood meeting. And so we summarized that, and to Ms. Sherman's point, I guess we summarized too much. And so we supplemented that over the weekend, with just basically the full transcript of the meeting. And so that's all in there, what we heard at the meeting, and then, what we've added to the case. And then the other issue I wanted to touch on is schools. The letter we received from the Wake County school system, it says basically the same thing that the Yellow Bridge case did, and that's that right now there is adequate capacity for the middle school, and that's Lufkin, I believe, and it's not capped. But there's currently not for elementary and high school, but the adequate capacity may be addressed by future development over the next 5 years. And so notably right now, Salem Elementary is not capped. So that's an opportunity there. And then also Apex High School could serve students here. And, something to think about too with the school issue is that, I don't think there's a commitment to bedroom size in the PUD, but we anticipate these will be probably 60% one-bedroom units, which on average tend to have fewer children. And so hopefully, that together with the timing of this project, which is expected to be finished 2025, will allow adequate time for the school situation to be addressed. And so with that, I'll open it up to questions. The team will be here and available to answer any questions. So, thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just one point of clarification for you, just, I don't know how familiar you are with the Wake County, how they do assessments, and I appreciate staff's adding
Right.
anything I misstate, but my understanding is that the county has quite a complicated
It is, right.
formula that they use.
They don't like to share it.
Right, so if you're, I was trying to quickly pull back what you told them in the form as far as how many
Right.
units they were. And so when they gave their recommendation,
Right.
their recommendation did include the fact that it
Right.
would be one bedroom and how many students there were. And so
Right.
even with that recommendation, they still said, what they said about
Right.
insufficient
And I think that
capacity at
accounts
the
for
moment,
the open-ended
potential
nature of
capacity.
it, right?
Right, I just wanted to put that finer point on it, that, what Wake County said is what Wake County said.
Right.
With the information that you included, so I don't want it to confuse.
Right.
That there isn't insufficient capacity in.
Right.
Elementary and in high school, and that may be capacity.
Right.
Is just that, may be.
Right.
Nothing definitive.
Right. And that was my goal in speaking to what maybe capacity could mean, right? Because that's so open-ended, people wonder, well, what does that mean? Is it or is there not? And like you said, the answer is that there may be, so.
Thank you, just wanted to clarify, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, and I will open up the public comment section. Do you have anybody here to speak on this topic?
I'll start. I introduced myself earlier. I'm Mike Bishop at 1213 Chapel Ridge Road. I understand the town of Apex is, going a different way than what I moved there 23 years ago. And I'm ready to do the same myself. My property is for sale at market value. As many of you could understand, you don't want to take a 20 or 25% loss when you sell your house just because the town or the developer is doing something in your neighborhood. And frankly, that's where I'm at right now. So I am certainly willing to sell my house 100%. I'm willing to sell it at appraisal value, to average of 2 or 3 appraisals, and reasonable terms. So I just want to make it crystal clear that my house is for sale. It's for sale at market value, and I'm ready to move forward with that. And I've had open dialogue, even extensive open dialogue, to try to facilitate that.
Could we pull up a map to see?
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Uh-huh.
He's the one parcel to the top right, the blue.
Okay.
The snaggletooth's on the bottom.
Yep.
He's the gap. He's the tooth gap.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yep, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. That's all.
The gray patch.
Okay.
So you can see my property is right here,
Yep, right next to it. Okay.
right in the middle of the development, and I certainly don't want to be, opening my door and seeing 4- and 5-story apartment buildings. And I'm sure they don't want me there as neighbors, and I'm sure it's a corner profitable location that is kind of a, key on connecting sidewalks, transportation, and facilitate, a complete development. So, any questions for me?
So, again, I'd want to just understand, you're willing to sell.
Absolutely, 100%.
Have not been offered market rate.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments? Mr. Carpenter, did you want to say something?
Can I follow up with just on Mike Bishop's comment?
Only if I can add rebuttal to it.
So we've been, Josh has been speaking, and he can add to this, to Mr. Bishop for probably 6 months or so now, and we're still talking. But so far, there just hasn't been an agreement on price, and I think that's also reflected in that Mr. Bishop didn't join the original assemblage. When the other property owners there reached out to him, And so, there's, to be honest, there's just a disconnect on price. Market value is in some ways subjective apparently. So there's just a disconnect, and we may be able to get there. We've been inching closer over the last several months, but still working towards that, and we're not there tonight, which is why obviously it's not part of the case. So.
If I could follow up as a rebuttal to that, there really hasn't been much dialogue the past 6 months. There's been some dialogue the past month and a half. I didn't sign up originally because one, the realtor was involved. I wanted a significant fee for the assemblage, and two, the prices were locked in 2 years ago, and as you know, inflation and housing values went up 34%. And so some of my neighbors are coming to me expressly concerned that, hey, I'd like to get out of this if I could, but I'm locked in this contract right now. So, like I said, I'm up to appraisals and selling it for a reasonable price.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Ms. Boykin, were you going to speak?
A couple of things I'd like to say while David is passing these out for you. One, apology accepted. Two, my heart rate is down a little bit.
Good.
Just wanted you to know that we've been dealing with the town of Apex since 2007 over different issues with our neighborhood. And it's because of votes from probably planning and town council on what has been happening to our neighborhood since then. This is why neighbors have been going together wanting to sell their property because of other things. Ackerman Hill Drive, the office park has changed our neighborhood and they wanted to get out. If you don't know that, you need to know that with background information. Don't you just love those PUDs? They allow the developers to utilize smoke and mirrors to change things around and get what they want. But David and I want to do a presentation together for our whole neighborhood. It's not going to go over 9 minutes if you don't mind, but we divided up what we wanted to. Good afternoon. My name is Rita Boykin, and I live at 1500 Clark Farm Road in Apex. I'm speaking today on behalf of my husband and myself, and also several of my neighbors. I want to first start off by asking how many of you on this planning board have taken the time recently to drive through all of Chapel Ridge to get a better perspective of the issue at hand. Would you please raise your hand? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The Apex UDO says that residential districts are, quote, to protect the town's existing neighborhoods. I would think that is also one of the purposes of the planning board, to protect the interest of the Apex community, not to protect the interest of developers. We have serious concerns about the proposed rezoning for high-density residential. In this case, 3 separate plots of land, 3 buildings, 2 4-story and 1 4 or 5-story. It's the wrong project for the Chapel Ridge neighborhood. The TIA projected that this development would add 1,906 daily trips to all of Chapel Ridge. They assume that 70% will use the north end of Chapel Ridge and 30% of the south. But even if that were to be correct, which is extremely doubtful, that is an additional 570 trips on a minor collector road. The lower 2 apartment parking lots especially will utilize the south end for convenience sake. If you'll look at your site plan, you'll see how they are closer to that end. It's also just much more convenient. Road safety is another major concern. The intersection of Chapel Ridge Road and Olive Chapel is dangerous with poor visibility. Increased traffic will likely cause impatience, increasing the possibility of accidents. Chapel Ridge homeowners, Hempstead homeowners, as well as other people in the surrounding area love to walk along Chapel Ridge Road, literally walk on the road. They walk from early morning through the day and into the evening hours. Imagine the additional safety concerns after a proposed 350-unit apartment complex would be built, not to mention residents living in the already approved Chapel Ridge towns. Lack of sidewalk connectivity is problematic, constituting safety issues, especially with additional speeding vehicles along the street. The lighting proposal is for downward-facing lighting. Similar lighting is to the OCPP, which is obstructive as still, and will be obstructive to the lighting from the apartments and the parking lots. especially for those two homes located directly next door to this proposal. Chapel Ridge North is proposing 350 units of high-density apartments on 20-plus acres, while the Chapel Ridge Towns project will be less than 100 townhomes on 21-plus acres. Both of these developments are currently designated medium density, approximately the same acreage, yet over 250 units difference. We would much prefer to see townhomes as they would transition far better with the neighborhood. High Street has to request PUD so they can circumvent this whole process to bypass the 2045 medium density designation and jump to the highest residential density. And that's how you do it, by requesting PUD. There are too many unknowns from this developer and consequently from planning. There are questions that planning could not provide answers for us just last week. This project is lacking in concept and design. Do not vote for a project that you do not know what the finished project may look like. Today you received a revised summary of the developer and neighborhood's only meeting. Since you received it at the last minute, let me briefly summarize. The original summary included 4 questions and concerns. Today's revised summary contains 30 questions and concerns. 30. That's a difference of 26. That was no accident. It was intentional, unprofessional, and unethical, because the document says you can add to it, not just use the one page. It shows a lack of respect for those who were intended to read that application. Remember that when you vote. Which brings me to the Sherry property. Look at your map. As of last week, even planning wasn't sure what the developer's plans are for this property. It juts out like an appendage with acreage that's not big enough to build apartments, hence the RCA designation. Purchasing that additional acreage allows the developer to request rezoning for higher density. Otherwise, the numbers won't work, and their proposal likely would not be financially viable. Do they tear down the house and storage building and use it for RCA and walking trails? Are they going to subdivide it? That was a new one tonight. Or, if the development is approved and the property has by then served its purpose, maybe you rent or sell the house. I believe they call that bait and switch. Multifamily apartments can only be permitted in Chapel Ridge if Apex allows High Street's PUD request to be recommended and approved. We urge you not to recommend this proposal, as it is the wrong project for Chapel Ridge. Planning will likely tell you that the developer has done everything they've asked, but the developer has been seeking changes in the UDO and the 2045 LUM, anywhere from increasing density to cutting back on the required parking spaces per unit. Even the developer said, quote, "The proposed development contemplates greater density than recommended by the property's medium-density residential land use map designation." Analogies have been popping in my head continually, and I know they're not good for presentations, but this developer's project proposal is an attempt to make a, quote, "silk purse out of a sow's ear." We respectfully urge you to not recommend this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boykin.
Good evening. I'm David Prestrud. Sarah and I live at 1313 Chapel Ridge Road. So we have been involved for a long time. You may recall I was here a few months ago when the townhome project was in front of you, and I spoke in favor of it then. Not because I was crazy about it, but because it was reasonable, it met the medium density requirements. And frankly, the developer had been very good about working with us to try to address our concerns. I can't say any of those things about this project. As Rita's already said, it's not consistent with the long-range plan. I keep saying if you're going to have a long-range plan and then not follow it, what's the point? The application itself, the Apex application under Plan Unit Development District Standards, says that they're to ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses and neighborhood character. This definitely doesn't do that. Even Hempstead as a neighborhood has a neighborhood vibe to it that an apartment complex just can't have. And then Rita read this part, so I won't do it again. And it's not transitional, as some have suggested. Adjacent developments include 1, 2, and 3-story pitched roof homes, townhomes, and offices, not massive 4 and 5-story apartment blocks. And a 5 or 4-story block like that is going to loom a lot higher than you might think over a 35-story house with just a peak at 35 feet. And yes, there's the shopping center to the north, but it turns its back on this property. It might as well be a wall. There's really no transition happening there. And one of the reasons I gave you that colored drawing is to show you how haphazard the development has been in our neighborhood. It's not that many years ago that map was all blue. Now we currently have 4 different uses in it with office, townhomes, single family, and of course the church. If you approve the apartments, we'll have 5 uses in what used to be 1. And Rita's talked about lot number 10, the Sherry property. I'd only add that if I was adjacent to that, I would really be unhappy because it makes my property and my neighbor's property more difficult to sell to a developer with this PUD-attached piece of property knifing down in the middle of it. And then lastly, we've had a real lack of communication with this developer. We've had one meeting, the obligatory one meeting, and that's been it. And as you've now found out, it was a lot more than just 4 questions and answers. That Zoom call was almost an hour and a half. And I haven't seen the extended version, but what was said in the summary in no way reflects the substance or tone of that meeting. Thank you, sir. So with that, I will just say thank you for your time and attention, and please, please don't vote for this. Thank you. Thank you. Unless you have a question.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Mike Merker. I represent 1201 Chapel Ridge Road, Jordan Lutheran Church. So I am here to let you know the congregation owns that parcel, and the congregation's parcel will indeed have its northern, eastern, and southern bounds all impacted by the proposed rezoning project. Our congregation represents over 200 people in the community who are teachers, doctors, engineers, professionals, members of the armed services, Apex small business owners, retirees, and children. And Jordan Lutheran Church can't wait to use that property for as long as we can. We plan to go nowhere. We do not want to leave. We want to use it. We want to drive on it. I have spoken to the mayor and said I cannot wait for us to just park people on parking lots and be able to use water and sewer. Doing that is the hardest process that I have ever come across. It has been so difficult to gain access to town water and sewer and roads. I know you sit on that side. I'm just sharing with you, this congregation has worked since 2018, 2019, and as we engaged with members of the Chapel Ridge neighborhood, we heard them. They said, do not connect. Do not connect. So we built a plan that would not connect to Beaver Creek Commons Road. That was 2019. You all know this is 2022. And today things are very different. So to you, the Planning Advisory Board, we ask you today to consider the best plan going forward for the citizens of Apex and all landowners involved as it pertains to traffic flow as well as access to utilities. Our construction project, which is currently approved through the town, is paused because we realize the decision you make about Chapel Ridge North PUD rezoning will have major impacts on our site and our plans to use that site for years and years to come, and we will be the ones using it. We're not only developing it, we plan to stay there. We hope that your decision understands the importance of road connections, utility locations, and access to water and sewer. You guys deal with it all the time. I do not, but I have taken a crash course in how difficult it is to manage them. Our congregation has found gaining access to municipal utilities very challenging at the Chapel Ridge location. Development at this site has been an exercise in patience, with questions about the timing of capital improvement projects, how to access the present pump station located within hundreds of feet of the north bound of our property, moving road connections for future development on the western side of Beaver Creek Commons Drive, which impacted our first iteration of our plan, plans that never materialized, but did make drastic changes to our initial submissions in working with the town. We seek to assure you the congregation has been willing to talk to neighbors. We talked to Chapel Ridge and had our meetings in 2019 and built the plan accordingly. We indeed have spoken with the developers. I've spoken to multiple developers over the time. And I've always told them, submit something to us formally. Please submit things formally. I do not consider an 8-minute phone call formal. I am just the pastor. I don't get to make those decisions. You have to submit things formally to us to work through the proper channels. That has not always been the case in the development of what has taken place here. So please permit me to share now the position of Jordan Lutheran Church pertaining uniquely to the Chapel Ridge PUD North. The congregation has been in conversation with Trammell Crow regarding their site development, and below is a summary of items that have been communicated to Trammell Crow. Jordan Lutheran Church is willing to work with Trammell Crow to create an alternate public right-of-way than what you have seen. The alternate right-of-way creates better alignment to Beaver Creek Commons Drive for future road connections. It prevents additional drives on Beaver Creek Common Drives. The alternate plan would create a full public right-of-way along the north boundary of Jordan Lutheran Church's property at 1201 Chapel Ridge Road, pending conversations and negotiations on compensation for this alternate route. We have asked that all Town of Apex utilities be placed inside the future roadway to ease maintenance and access for all parties in the town involved to said utilities. We've also spoken with Trammell Crow to ask them to agree to drain the shared pond that shares our southern bound and their northern bound. It is a pond that, according to environmental studies we have done, does not need to be retained, but would allow us to reduce the need or concerns about safety related to hundreds of apartment owners who would just walk onto property because they'd see it as perhaps a shared space. We're thinking of the safety of others.
Thank you.
I believe he's speaking on behalf
I'm
of
Pete.
the congregation, if he could continue.
So, are we readjusting the timer? Thank you.
As you prepare a position to share with the town council regarding this rezoning, please consider what is the best scenario for the town of Apex, traffic flow, and utilities for years to come. Our congregation has been delayed greatly due to gaining access to public utilities. Jordan Lutheran Church incorporated into the town of Apex and wants to be sure we are seen as seeking the best outcome for road access and utilities that will serve our congregation and the citizens of Apex for years to come. Placing a road and planning a major utility artery does not happen every day, though it may do to you more often than me. Such a decision needs to be made in a way that considers the best scenario for all involved. Jordan Lutheran Church looks forward to the determination of the PUD rezoning request before you. Clarity about road connections and utilities are vital for our congregation so that we can revise our plans to develop our site in a way that incorporates the plans of all adjoining properties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments? All right, I will close the public comment section and bring it back to the board for discussion and possible motion.
Chair Skinner?
Yes.
I believe you have a member that wanted to be recused from the voting, so you do
Correct.
need to do that now.
All right.
I would make a motion that Mr. Akers recuse himself from the voting portion of items number 3 and 4.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. All right, Mr. Akers. Any comments? Any possible motions? For a lot.
Question. Did the developer consider townhomes in the beginning? And not such a high density apartment unit homes?
Yep, so this project has been apartments from the beginning of the case, so no, we didn't consider townhomes here, and that was as a result of the property's location, as I discussed, to 540, 64, and Beaver Creek. and the transition down in density that we were aiming to create here over this entire area. So it's been an apartment project from the start.
If I can just add to that, this developer wasn't actually the first choice of the residents who are selling their homes. They had originally contracted with an earlier developer who was going to build townhomes on these parcels. However, because townhomes actually require public right-of-way frontage, and because of the way that the lots and everything are shaped, they were not able to make that work at a density that would allow them to still make the connection to the north that was required. So when they actually had a pre-application meeting with staff. This was probably 18 months or more ago at this point. And when we laid out all of the requirements for building townhomes, which are our standard requirements, there was nothing unusual. They decided they could not make that work financially. I believe they at least began entering into conversations with the shopping center owners at the time and could not make the numbers work. So then they had to back out of their contract with the property owners, and the residents started looking for another group to develop it, and Trammell Crow came through.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Second question. If Mr. Bishop's lot does get acquired, will that significantly change the design?
So the overall number of units wouldn't change. It'd be a very similar project. We might just add or remove another building. I don't know, Josh, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your time tonight, and I apologize it's so late. We haven't designed the buildings yet. We have concept plans. Sorry, Josh Dix, Trammell Crow Company, representing High Street Residential. So we haven't designed the buildings yet. We believe that with Mr. Bishop's property, like Matthew was saying, we probably wouldn't change much of anything. We might shift some of the buildings around, but by and large, it would stay exactly the same.
I'm, for a point of discussion, I'm incredibly conflicted. We, as a town, are not doing our citizens a service in the way we are approving plans and the way things are not updated. For those who don't know, I carry the land use map on my phone, and ever since I moved here in 2005, I'm that person who had the 2030 land use map on my phone. I'm you too, very, very odd person, but I do. It is my Bible. It has always been my Bible. My first act was to approve my first act on this board was to approve the 2045 land use map. And so I always come back to, what does the land use map say? And I know that we have approved since then which allows for the change to the high density. But that's a lot of nuance. That's a lot of UDOs. That's a lot of laws. That's not common sense. That's not when the neighbors go to look at what the land use map says. That's not what it says. So I'm incredibly conflicted because obviously we have approved other pieces that affect this. There's a lot of benefits to this community, or to this project, and there are also a lot of challenges. Similar to the previous project, it looks disjointed. It is not connected. Shelley, I appreciate your apology. I know it is not on. I know it is not on purpose. I appreciate your apology to the neighbors, but we as a town have to do better because, to Ms. Boykin's point, she should not be coming up here with her blood pressure raging and her heart racing to have a conversation with us. That's just not the way that our citizens should be interacting with us. And finally, to the pastor, we shouldn't be at 2018 and still struggling. This is not the way it should be. I don't have any great answers at the moment, but I'm really struggling that we as a town have failed the community in this space. And would be looking for, I know we've already talked about sort of at the beginning, ensuring that miscommunication does not happen again, but we have to do better in communication. I'm at the moment inclined to vote against this, even though I see some of the value. We have to correct some of the problems that we have, and I do believe that that the resident should not pay for our errors as the town. What I see as errors, I should say.
So I'm conflicted, but not as much as Sweetwater. Feel really badly for the blue area of your last chart you handed out, because you've had everything nibbled away from you over the last 10 years, starting with the 540 flex and working in. And I've participated in a couple of these, but not those early ones. So it's got to be heart-rending for you guys. On the other hand, if you were reversed and you were trying to sell your property and it was your retirement, let's say it was your 401k, was your property, you wouldn't want people standing in your way. So that's part of our really hard job. And hearing the passion from people like Ms. Boynton is, it's really appreciated to hear your heartfelt passion about it. It makes us uncomfortable in a productive way, because it makes us uncomfortable with making a rash and speedy decision. So we have a lot of dialogue, and we stay here till 9 o'clock at night. So I'm inclined to vote for it, because even though it's messy, even though it makes a mess of this chart, but we need apartments, and what better place than right next to Beaver Creek? On the other hand, yeah, it's causing more heartache for this neighborhood. But going back to what the pastor said, we took an oath to make decisions, and our invocation almost always mentions that we're going to do what's best for the town of Apex, not an individual person. So I'm going to vote for it, and not reluctantly. I really want to see affordable housing and apartments. So I'm going to vote for it strongly, but with heartache.
So do we have a motion?
I want to build off with what you just said, Mark, because I'm with you. I serve on the Affordable Housing Committee.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an ideal location for apartments, and my heart does ache because we aren't quite there with, I don't, the neighbors want to sell. I want them to be able to sell. I want them to be able to get fair market value. I understand there's current discussions going on. My concern is that, again, going back to not right now, and that's to say, my neighbors in Chapel Ridge, that it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. It might happen tonight, mm-hmm. But it is going to happen, and so it is getting everything in a row, and I feel like we're not quite there, and I think the town has some ownership in that. It's not being quite there, and so I just want to clarify that I am with you 100%, but I feel like we're not quite there, and the town needs to take some ownership into some of the in my eyes, errors that that are upon us.
And so before I make a motion, I'm 100% in support of the suggestion Reggie made to have an actual UDO change, so that notifications for adjacent issues for land, anything that's not the actual rezoning, when it's quote unquote adjacent and it's going to appear on the agenda and they're going to be almost tied together, that ought to be the responsibility of the developer to tell the residents. And I do believe all of the aspects of that were in what I read. I read the whole thing over the weekend, and it was in there. But on the other hand, it's a lot of stuff. So, okay, so I have a very long motion. So Diane, are you taking the motion dictation? Yeah. Okay, get ready. And I can abbreviate it to just recommend to the town council to approve items 3 and 4, but usually we mention what they are. So do you want me to actually spell it out?
So, you need to take 2 separate votes.
Oh, we do. They can't be combined.
And I only need to do the rezoning motion. I don't need the transportation plan. That doesn't have a planning board report to town council requirement.
Oh, so we don't have?
You have to vote on it.
Okay.
Which do we vote on first?
Okay.
It's not part of the motion for the rezoning.
Okay, I can't combine them, is what she's saying. Okay, so I'll make First motion.
Before you make the motion, quick question.
Yep.
Is the zoning from RR to high density?
No, it's, the
written
zoning is from RR to PUDCZ.
Oh, PUDCC, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's what
It'll
yeah,
make,
that
Yeah,
was-
under item 3.
it'll cause a land use map change to
Okay.
high density, which is what you're thinking of.
Okay.
So your motion is for
I'm just
item
gonna do the easy one then. So I recommend that we approve or recommend to the town council to approve. Item number 3, amendments to the thoroughfare and collector street plan, bicycle and pedestrian system plan, and transit system plan.
I have a motion from Mark. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Keith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposing?
No.
Yes.
So I have 2 opposing?
Diane, let me know when you're ready.
Do we need reasons for this?
Oh, were you asking for reasons?
Do we need reasons?
You need reasons.
Item 3.
No,
Nope.
so it's state law that requires the planning board report to town council, which is only on rezonings
Okay.
and
Okay.
UDO amendments, and then the council has asked for the reasons for dissenting votes only on rezonings and UDO amendments.
All right.
So we don't need to do.
So now we need a motion on item number 4, case 22 CZ07.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion from Keith. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mark. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing?
No.
No.
2 dissents? All right.
Okay, so I do need.
So we need reasons.
Lack of cohesion and lack of communication.
Sarah, did you want to add any?
Yes, I'd like to add 2 more to that. There is no confirmation with schools, so insufficient space in school. And then my last one would be the context, the architectural context, the scale from townhomes to these single homes. I think high-density housing right now, apartment homes, although there's a need for it, I'm not sure if this is the right place for it.
Thank you.
Just, I want to make sure that I have this correctly. So for Tina, I've got lack of cohesion and lack of communication. You want to say by the developer or?
Lack of communication on town, on the part of the town.
On the town's part. And then Sarah, do you agree with both of those from Tina? Do you want me to say that? Okay. And
Yes,
then,
please.
Additionally, is insufficient space in schools. And this last one, I've got architectural context and scale.
The scale, yes,
So
of the housing
do you wanna
units.
say, lack of or deficient in or?
You could just put the scale of the homes, high-density homes, doesn't seem like the best fit.
Compatible architectural context?
Yeah, yes, that sounds better. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. All right, we move on then to item number 5. Amanda, possible motion regarding rezoning case 22 CZ11, the 1522 Salem Church Road. Good night, Amanda.
So for our final rezoning of the night, this is 22 CZ11. It's located in the northeastern portion of our jurisdiction on the north side of Salem Church Road, west of the Salem Point Townhome development. To the north is the Glen at West High and Cary's jurisdiction, and then you have a large lot single family to the west and south of this parcel, which contains a single family dwelling. The current zoning of the property is residential agriculture, and that is the zoning as well to the west and the south. To the east, we have planning and development conditional zoning, and to the north is medium density conditional zoning. The applicant is proposing high-density single-family conditional zoning. The land use map designates the property as medium-density residential, which allows up to 7 dwelling units an acre, or supports up to 7 dwelling units an acre. And if the rezoning is approved as proposed, the land use map will be automatically amended to medium-high-density residential, as the proposed zoning district allows up to 8 dwelling units an acre. So it's just a little bit more dense than the medium density classification. We did receive a letter of impact from Wake County Public Schools, and they indicate that schools at the high school grade level are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, but that expansion within or construction within the next 5 years may address those concerns. So the applicant is proposing 2 uses, townhouse and accessory apartment. Some of the zoning conditions offered are typical architectural standards that are also consistent with architectural standards present in the Salem Point townhome development. In addition, the applicant added conditions conditions as suggested by the Environmental Advisory Board, which met in February. And those are that at least 1 pet waste station shall be installed. The main roof areas, where possible, the main roof areas shall be oriented north and south. Protrusions on south-facing roofs shall be minimized or grouped to the extent possible. So those were the EAB conditions that were added. Planning staff is recommending approval of this rezoning with the conditions as offered by the applicant. As I stated earlier, if this rezoning is approved, the 2045 land use map would be amended to the medium-high density residential category. And this rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will allow for a development that is consistent in density and architectural design with the subdivision to the east. Approval of the rezoning will also allow for the New Derby Lane street stub to be extended and serve the proposed development. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So it looks like it's a logical extension of that little triangle that was done recently.
Right, so the access to the site would be from the extension of New Derby Lane, and it was anticipated that was a street stub that was provided.
Why do we keep running into this problem where we're at medium and medium high? I'm still, that inconsistency is just going to drive me bonkers.
So the applicant's goal is to get basically what the high-density single-family zoning district would allow, which would be potentially up to 9 townhome units on this property. That may be achievable. It may not be. It's early in the process, and he's yet to go through site design and all of that. So the actual density may be less, but if that can be achieved with property values and costs the way they are, development costs the way they are, the extension of a public street on a small development. There are, you have to get a certain number of lots to make your pro forma work. And we believe that the resulting development would be consistent with the development to the east. It's right at that borderline between what the medium density allows. So it's very close, but
Thank you for that. What is the?
If I can add one more thing that I could have pointed out in the report. So even if the density were not an issue, the high density single family zoning district is not supported by the medium density land use classification. So in order to do townhomes on this property, the applicant would have to propose a PUD for 1.22 acres because our medium density zoning district does not allow for townhomes. So that's another reason why.
So if we approve this zoning, and this particular project falls through, it is now zoned, assuming it goes through council, it's now zoned, and someone could come in with a high density. I realize it's 1.28, I realize it's small, but someone could come in with a higher density project.
Not higher because high density single family caps it at 8. So there can't be more than 8 dwelling units an acre based upon this zoning district.
Okay. You said 9, and so I was here.
It was 9 units because it's 1.22 acres. So, but the density is 8 dwelling units an acre. That's the cap for this zoning district.
Thank you.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
All right, number one, it's tying into an adjacent subdivision. Would that be, would this be required to be an extension of that HOA agreement, or would it have it separate?
It's not required to be. That would be something that, you know, a future developer could pursue if the existing HOA of Salem Point was amenable to that. But it does not have to be part of that.
Is it the same developer?
It is not the same developer. The property owner is pursuing this rezoning. They do not, as I'm aware, they are not under contract with a builder at this time. So it's a little bit of a different situation than what we normally
When
see.
you have the same developer, usually there's, in the covenants, it says you must agree to an adjacent. Most covenants say, if the same developer develops adjacent, you must absorb them. So it could still happen, or
Yeah.
be forced on it, but otherwise.
I think
the
you'd
HOA
want it, just given, I mean, that New Derby Lane has a beautiful, like, there's head-in parking for like probably a mail kiosk and a turnaround there. I mean, it makes sense that if it were extended. My second question, would they be required to remove that cul-de-sac, or would that stay in? And by extending New Derby, do we have a fire length of cul-de-sac issue? Or maybe that's a Russell question, I don't know.
I can measure that if we need to. I don't believe there is, but.
I don't think so. We looked at it before, and I think with what they're proposing, I think what they're proposing to do is stub out. So they would have a stub street turnaround, so it's technically not a cul-de-sac. So even if it does extend beyond the 600-foot cul-de-sac length, it's not technically going to be a cul-de-sac. And normally, developments don't remove the bulb outs if one exists currently, just because there's extra cost in removing infrastructure and there's no requirement. So, you know, if they wanted to, I guess we could have a discussion about that, but they probably don't want to.
It'll eat up part of their 1.22.
Yeah.
Well, the turnaround bulb is in the existing right-of-way, so if they wanted to, I guess they could reconstruct the south end of it and get rid of the south end of that bulb within existing right-of-way, but it's extra cost that I'm sure, we can't really require that.
What would be the reason why they wouldn't apply for a PUD CZ?
There's a lot more additional costs and upfront information that has to be provided and known upfront for a PUD. And this, like I said, this is the property owner that's pursuing this, not a builder, not a developer.
They don't have the resources to do a PUD.
Right.
Right.
I'd love to see a UDO change to accommodate this. I'm just gonna keep.
To allow townhomes anywhere there's medium density zoning?
No, to.
Adjacent
to allow for, so my concern, going back to our previous conversation, is that I'm very concerned we're not setting ourselves up for success. And like making these sort of one-off suggestions, like if it was supposed to be a PUD CZ, I'm sorry, it should be a PUD CZ. And so and if we, and I think we should, if we want to allow an individual homeowner, and we will probably have more of these, we've probably had some, Diane, you would be able to tell us, we should allow for some leniency in the fee, so that someone who is an individual trying to make that change would have some accommodation. So I just feel like we're not setting ourselves up very well. Again, when the land use map says one thing and we're going to go and vote it to be another, I feel like we're not being consistent in what we're saying, and it might be time for a land use map update, which I think you may have mentioned.
Won't be too much longer, like Shannon mentioned with the transportation plan.
Yes.
Those were adopted at the same time.
Yep.
So we'll be looking at things in the context of other changes that have been made in the area, the changes in, you know, what the community's desires, character of the area, you know.
Well, as you get more and more infill, you're gonna have more of these.
And this is an infill location. I mean, we're, you know.
Exactly. So I agree with Tina. We should be thinking ahead maybe to then, so that we kind of think about how do we have UDO that say when it's an infill, we treat it slightly differently, maybe more advantageously, to allow and maybe even encourage that.
Encourage.
Instead of discourage it, right?
To encourage infill.
Yeah.
And when I'll make a motion here. No, I'm not going to make the motion.
I have a quick question. Amanda, that retention basin, whose lot is that?
So this is most likely a man-made pond. I don't know that it's natural, but it's on the adjacent property. It's not part of this. This parcel is just what's in yellow.
And there's no other housing, single home housing to the bottom or?
The single-family house is further south on the lot. It's a fairly large parcel.
When was Salem Point approved? Does anybody know?
2015. Yes, 2015 was when it was rezoned, so it would have been built out a couple more.
What, 3 years ago or something?
It was finished out, yeah, in the last, about 3 years ago. It was built in phases.
I just Googled it. It looks like there's a ghost on it.
There's another neighborhood with a bunch of cul-de-sacs.
Motion?
So do we have a
Motion.
motion?
Please,
Not me.
please, somebody.
Please.
It's 9 o'clock. We should have automatic motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second.
Ryan,
All
all in favor?
Who sec- Who
The
seconded?
motion was
Wait.
by Ryan, the second was by Steve.
Okay, thanks.
Any dissents?
No. Reasoning is inconsistent with the land.
Sweet.
Sorry.
So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposing?
No,
You're opposing, Tina?
I am
Go.
inconsistent with the land use map. And can we please see some UDOs surfacing many of the issues that have come up tonight?
Add it to the list.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Third.
Adjourned.